Let's see.
Belena, Sudana, Belena, 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 Japan and Tamania Rapuna. Charlie Chuk Ayana, Belena, Mamurta, Sudan, Mujaja, Mapira Lena, Jalna Medin, Painana Rapuna. Belena, Belena, Belena Taban and Tamania Rampuna. Charlie Shuk Ayana, Belena Mamurta, Sultan Mujaja, Mapira Lena, Jalna Maidin, Bainana Rabuna. Belena, Belena, Belena Taban and Tamania Rampuna. Charlie Shuk Ayana, Belena Mamurta, Sultan Mujaja, Mapira Lena, Jalna Maidin, Bainana Rabuna. Ya chak Sudan ya kwana shit el kumbalet yu mushakil dalbi mitenderta dalbi mitenderta. Ya chak Sudan ya kwana shit el kumbalet yu mushakil dalbi mitenderta dalbi mitenderta. جاب سودان يا كنا شكلكم بلد فيه مشاكل قلبي 200 درجة 200 درجة قلبي 200 درجة. أنا بقيت عشانكم يا سودان شكلكم يا جماعة شكلكم يا جماعة ربنا بيساعد. أنا بكيت عشانكم يا سودان شكلكم يا جماعة شكلكم يا جماعة ربنا بيساعد. Our village leading in Sudan, Lord our God, come is village.
Okay, welcome, welcome everyone. Welcome those of you in Facebook, YouTube, and Clubhouse. Welcome to South Sudan Eagle Media. My guest for today is Usas Hillman. Welcome to South Sudan Eagle Media. For today, we are having our topic. We were discussing about South Sudan is ready in 2023. So as we know that the SPLM party is prepared for the election, so the SPLM secretarians, they are now on the ground in the area to encourage their supporters to register and to start for the process of election. Welcome, brother. I will give you this chance to introduce yourself. And I have other guests. They will join us. Surely they will come. Welcome again. Introduce yourself, and then let's discuss this important topic for this evening.
Am I clear? Are you getting me?
Yes, you are very clear.
Yeah, thank you. My name's Edmond Yakani. I work as Executive Director for Community Empowerment for Progress Organization, SEPO, a national NGO working around governance and development in the country. We have presence in all the states. We have offices. So we have been in existence for the last 22 years in South Sudan. So thank you for hosting me, and specifically on this subject matter around elections. And the question is whether we're ready for elections or not. And I will express my opinion over that. So thank you. I think this is my introduction. Is there any question? I'm ready to contribute to the
Yeah,
subject matter.
Yeah, that's good enough. Yeah, let's go to the topic. Topic. So this question, Usajim asked me, is this question, is South Sudan ready for the election? This is what the question that ringing to South Sudanese people here. So we're hearing that a lot of people are campaigning and they are saying that South Sudan is not ready. But as PLM party and the other party in South Sudan, they say the election is on. So what do you think?
Yeah, in terms of providing a yes or no answer to your question, will be very simple if one does not give context in terms of what is the context now in order to provide a rightful answer to this question, because it's easy to rush and say yes or no. I'm really very interested to come from a context background, setting up a context, and then based on the context, I'll provide the answer on this. The situation we're in now in our country is a situation where we are all aware that all of us at our various capacity, and specifically political players, you can name them as signatories to the revitalized agreement or non-signatories to the revitalized agreement, have to commit themselves politically to transition the country from the current situation where we are to at least peaceful and stable situation in the country. And now, if we talk of elections, what I'd like to share with you is what is described as a conducive environment for elections, and specifically in the context of South Sudan. If you look at the provision of the revitalized agreement, and if you look at any electoral processes in terms of electoral calendar, but the situation in South Sudan now, what is described as a conducive environment for elections is as follows. So these are actions that describe a situation you can describe as a conducive environment for elections. One, per the agreement, reconstitution of the National Electoral Commission is very important. And by reconstitution, it means sharing of the Electoral Commission various portfolios or positions among the parties that are signatory to the revitalized agreement. Second thing is reconstitution of the National Political Parties Council. And also by reconstituting, sharing the several portfolio in the National Political Party Council among the parties. And these are two critical institutions for conduct of any election that you can describe them as fair and free elections, because it's a primary constitutional mandate to administer electoral processes as a processes of transitioning power from one player to another or from one group to another in what is called honorable and peaceful manner, because our country really need to build a culture of transferring power from one particular group to a particular group or from one individual to another individual in a peaceful manner. That's one thing that we need to make very clear. Now, these institutions, if they're reconstituted, then they have a legislation that define their functions and define activities that they need to undertake. So one of the legislation that, or two legislation very important for them is we need to reform what is called the National Election Act. The National Election Act is very important to reform it. That is also in line with reform around the National Political Parties Act. So these are two laws that are also very important with the electoral process, because they provide all what is called democratic practices for conduct of free and fair election. And actually, I want to add one more, non-violent election in South Sudan, where we need to really use the power of the citizen to decide on exactly how transfer of power need to happen. That's very important. Now, in line of these two legislations, you need to look at legislations that help in creating an environment that is the environment for democratic electoral process. What is it? It is the reform of our old security and defense laws, because you know that in elections, element of security and safety, protection, and guarantee that no interference with elections, security and defense institutions play a big role. So you need to see reforms in our National Security Act. You need to see reforms in our South Sudan People's Defense Act. You need to see reforms in our National Police Service Act. These are very important. Then the question you need to raise before we go to the next step, are all this legislation being reformed? Are the institution be constituted? The answer is yes. In terms of recently, we have seen unification of the command structure It means in terms of security and defense institution, unification of the command structures happen, but graduation of unified forces that do not pay allegiance to loyalty to any either of the party that is signed to the agreement and pay allegiance to the constitution is still a big challenge, because even the first base of the necessary unified forces is not yet graduated. So if we are to go for elections, there's a high chances that some people will tend to pay allegiance to the party that brought them to what is called the revitalized government of national unity. So that's real an area of sensitive. While if you go to the National Electoral Act and you go to the political party council, being it institution or legislation, still nothing has been done around these institutions. So we have not yet seen reconstitution of National Election Commission, reconstitution of National Political Party Council, reforms of the National Electoral Law, reforms of the Political Party Act. It's not yet there. Obviously, politically, each political party need to play politics. And you know, politics is around advantage of controlling political space all over the world. It's not only in South Sudan. There's some parties, you're based in US, you see how Trump walked out of the White House. That's a political culture everywhere, that each political party need to play a role, want to control power. And you have seen how the Republicans under Trump, they've been playing their role towards the Democrats, and the way how Trump left the White House and assigned Biden to play his political role in order to gain certain results. This is a political game anywhere. The only thing you can't embrace is that never embraced violence. Let the political games go on without embracing violence. So it means among the parties, the ruling party or the party in the government or the incumbent party, SPLM, have started its campaigns already, besides the context that I've explained. And other parties are challenging that it's not a time to campaign because we don't secure what is called conducive environment for elections. The other thing that I like to bring to your attention is in electoral calendar, normally you have what you call well preparation for elections, because elections have calendar. In electoral calendar, one of the biggest element thing in electoral calendar that you don't need to play around with it's a civic education. And specifically in our context, my brothers who might have been listening to me here, is that where we have come from since 2013, we have come from a situation where political elites use ethnicity as a ladder to climb to power. While actually it is not a national policy, it's not a national interest, which is for me is not a South Sudanese issue. It is political elites issue that they have built that culture of using ethnicity as a ladder to climb to power. And they have inflicted in us certain thoughts, specifically among the minority elites population of South Sudan, which for me, they don't constitute the majority population. Our majority population are in the rural areas, and they don't have any interest to use ethnicity as a political ladder to power. But because our minority from different political colors are using ethnicity, they have built on others' culture. So it means we need to have well preparation for elections. For us to do well preparation, civic education is very important. We need to talk about transformation of the country from the current situation to another situation through political activities that we pay allegiance to the constitution, we pay allegiance to the laws. We don't pay allegiance to any ethnic lines. That is why the element of well preparation for elections is needed. That's one thing. The second thing after civic education, you need to have an electoral system. How is the elections going to be conducted? What type of system are we using? How are we going to vote? If we're voting, who are we voting for? If it is images, how does the images of the candidates look like? How many votes do I need to cast for what type of elections, at what level? Those are very important that we need to get them. And of course, one thing that also I'd like to add to you is that besides all civic education with its own stages that leads us towards casting our votes, which are very important in what they call well preparation for elections, is also to take into account infrastructure. Infrastructure is very important. The infrastructure we have now, it's huge challenging. It's good that we have seen at least big development coming from the government in fixing roads. So at least now, you don't prefer to fly from Juba to Bor. You can drive from Juba to Bor in 40 minutes. It is easy. And we have seen Terkeka Road been opening on your way to Rumbek, to Lake, to Baharagazal. Those infrastructure development, we have seen their work going on Yei Road and other parts of the country, that at least there's infrastructure development, which this infrastructure development could have been invested on long time ago, because you need infrastructure to really manage elections better. And into infrastructure that reduce expensive electoral process. The only means of mobility in the country that is affordable for the government and is a bit cheaper is actually mobility on road. Flying is a big issue. Of course, still we have responsibility for United Nations mission in South Sudan that they may use their infrastructure in terms of mobility, like their choppers for dropping votes or ballot papers. And they have used these during the first election in 2010 and during the referendum. They have had mobility flying around ballot boxes and electoral materials. They have done that. But of course, for the government, you need to have proper infrastructure, and for the parties, you need to have proper infrastructure. Then, now the question comes, what is the best way for transitioning the country from the current situation to the next stage where we need to see a peaceful and non-violent transition? Yes, elections is the only best way. Elections is the best way for transitioning the country from the current situation we're in to another situation, but also elections is the only way that brings citizens to define the system of government and who will be their leaders. That's the only tool. Gun will never help us secure the South Sudan we want. It's only election that will make us secure the South Sudan that we want. And election will give us to really use what is called the principle of merits for assigning leaders rather than the principle of armed control dominance that brings you to power, is what I've used before, that people use ethnicity through an armed struggle as a ladder to power. If you want to end that game, the only way is through elections. And we have had the following statements coming out from various actors. We have had from recently, the UN Security Council meeting have instructed the government to prepare for elections. We have seen the recent policy statement issued by US calling on the government to prepare for elections. And we have seen some information coming from the African Union, prepare for elections. So elections is identified as the best strategy where you can transition power from one player to another, from one group to another, in a peaceful and honorable manner. But of course, that requires a what we call conducive environment. So the language of prepare for election does not mean that you conduct the election. It means you need to meet the necessary requirements of what is what described the environment called conducive environment for elections. That's why we are. In terms of timeline now, to conduct elections, we should conduct elections at least December and January. That particular season is a good season for elections. Now the question is a preparation, the well preparation for us to meet the deadline of January and December is in place? Obviously, the challenge, the reality is that not yet in place. So we may go for rush elections. Now, rush elections of using citizens, either due to community violence.
The network is breaking down. Yeah, it's breaking up. It's breaking up the network. Yeah, your connection. No, we cannot hear you. And even try to check the connection.
Okay, this thing is fine. So am I clear on it?
It's still okay.
Still?
Yeah, now it's coming back. Yeah.
So for me, I want to conclude that still we need to do a lot of groundwork and the concept of preparation for elections, because we need to reduce the level of insecurity in our communities. And I remember His Excellency President, during the recent 5th Governors Forum, which is not less than 4 months ago, he made a statement that he is afraid without proper functioning of law and order, any electoral process may challenge the social fabric of the country. And I think he ordered the governors, each governor should go and ensure law and order prevail in the states that are ruling the state governments. So we conduct elections, so at least that rule of law prevails, and making sure that nobody will take advantage. And of course, in the face of this, still you have parties who are non-signatories to the revitalized agreement. And one thing that, yes, we have seen cases where elections are conducted in the form of in Iraq. We have seen elections being conducted, but the is that
so network is getting weaker and weaker. Try to check your connection and try to log out and then see your connection come back. Maybe the will come back. You can hear your network is really
it's very bad.
Breaking your voice.
So
yeah, it's getting bad. Yeah.
Let me log in again.
Okay. Okay, for those of you in Facebook, and thank you. You guys can start sharing the video, and Clubhouse too. Start pinning people in. And this is our tonight topic is about South Sudan election. So we have seen General Secretary Comrade Peter Bob was delegate. They are now in. They went to. Okay. They went to Northern Barkazal and Lake State. Okay. Now it's good. Yes. So, yep.
Yes. So I think I'm done. I'm just for questions.
Okay. So now what a lot of people now are wondering is about, okay, the election will take place is less than 6 or 7 months away. And what about, because South Sudan don't know the population of people of South Sudan, because a lot of people, majority of citizens, half of the population are in refugees camp, and half of them are IDP site. So how the country will be ready for election while the people are still in refugees camp, and who will be going outside to vote? So this is the important question for the people of South Sudan to know.
Yes, obviously, based on the current context that we are in, where we have a bit of quarter or almost half of population are both displaced and refugees. Refugees in the neighboring countries, Sudan, Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, internally displaced persons in what previously used to call the POC, which are now designated as internal displaced camps. These are huge population that if you add them up, they may add beyond half of the population or almost quarter of the population in terms of voting. You need to take them into account. Now the question comes is that the question raised to population, how are we drawing political constituencies? On what basis? Are we using the 2010 election constituencies, or do we use an approach of register to become an eligible voter? There's argument going on now among experts. Can we conduct elections in South Sudan without conducting population census? There are practices, there are case studies where elections were conducted in some countries without population census. And the most approach you can use is what like based in US is that you go for registrar approach, where if you want to be an eligible voter, you need to register to become an eligible voter in the constituency you want to go and vote in. So the question is, how do you define constituency? That's the most important thing. So if you want to ignore the element of population census for demarcating geographical constituency, and you want to use the system of a registrar that you can go and as I said, there are case studies where elections are conducted with population census. Registrar is used for conducting elections. But the biggest challenge that now we have is that the parties who want to conduct the election need to reach consensus on how to demarcate geographical constituency. If they, for example, will they agree that a county is a geographical constituency, and then are the counties will evenly regard to population? For example, you can see some counties that are bigger, like Juba County, or you go to other states like Jongole, or you go to other states, even in some parts of Baragazal, that some counties are bigger and populated. How do you allocate constituency to them? How many candidates do they file at a county level, if county is a constituency, to national parliament, to council of states, to state parliament? Is Payam a constituency? How do we qualify Payam as a constituency? So those legitimate questions are needed to be answered. If you don't want to go to an election processes where you don't want to use population census as a principle for demarcating geographical constituencies, but also refugees and IDPs, as you have answered, how will they participate in the elections? How campaign will be conducted? Besides this communal violence that are going on, if a candidate want to contest beyond his constituency, for a seat that takes him to campaign beyond his constituency, that may take him to go and campaign in one of the communities that his ethnic group is in tension with. Will they campaign? Are they allowed to do a free campaign there? These are all legitimate questions that need to be answered before we decide when we are casting our votes. And I think these are deliberations that our parliament is supposed to take priority right now to engage on. But unfortunately, the agenda of the elections is within political parties' campaign, but you don't see the legislative organ of the government answering or providing answers to this question that we have raised regard to the fate of IDPs, refugees, with regard to the question of how do we demarcate constituency. These are the debates that need to be raised right now in the parliament, and consensus need to build on these particular issues, because it's very important for us to go for that. As I say, it is that election is the only principle for transferring power from one particular group to another particular group, or from another individual to another individual, in an honorable and peaceful way. But we don't need to rush for that. We need to put proper preparation in order for us to cast our vote in a non-violent, free, and fair elections.
Thank you. Let me hear this microphone to Peter Khan. Peter Khan, welcome to South Sudan Eagle Media. Our topic for today is South Sudan ready for general election. I know you have a different view on this. Father, welcome.
Thank you for having me, Brother Madid, and also nice to have you around, Brother Edmund. Brother Madid, Edmund actually elaborate everything, all the question. But the reality is, it wasn't more than 2 months ago when we go around all these issues, and everything was exhausted that the election is not visible. It will not take place because of all from A to Z. But why is it? Why do we have these things happening right now? I believe the president is trying to take advantage of current situation. Now he has all the command forces. But the fact is, regardless of what he is going to do, I don't think he will succeed by going with shortcut.
Mm-hmm.
One, SPLM itself as a party, the way it is being run now is going to cause a lot of chaos. Look, the issue of Northern Barkadal, where I actually, you show me that picture where the SPLM party have already nominated the president as a flag bearer. And what criteria were that done? Did they have a party conference, or is that just few individual sectarian that have decided this is it? This is president is going to be our flag bearer. It means there were no competition, there were no other opposite voice. It means the general public, the members of the SPLM, they were not included in the process. And this is what always causes chaos in South Sudan. And this is why the SPLM as a party break up and decide to fight itself and people and put people of South Sudan in this situation. This is it. So everything should have started with a grassroots. That's what it is. Find out what the people want. If they want the president, that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
But give them a process.
Mm-hmm.
Give them a process. Don't just fly from Juba, get your colleagues and decide this is what is going to happen. If I ask a question, let's say, let me give this scenario. Of course, let SPLM president, let president be the nominee for the SPLM party. And maybe my child, let me give this scenario. I'm not even going to talk about the other opposition. What are these two parties going to run on as the success after 17 years? What will be the credibility? What are they going to tell people of South Sudan? That we have been fighting for the last 17 years, we have been killing you for the last 17 years, we send you all over the world, you are living in refugees camp, you are living in POC. What is the credibility? What are they going to run on? The peace that, okay, are they going to tell us that, we are going to bring you peace? Which peace? We give you a ARCAS that gives you a chance to at least work together in letter and spirit for the last 2 years, and it's not working out. So what, and the fact is, there is no a single thing that the prerequisites of election that has been done. And Yakani have already put them out. How do you decide the constituency? How do you decide how? So the case is right now, how many members of parliament are they going to have? Are they going to still have 500? Absolutely, that's not sustainable. What should have come first right now is if they only said we are going to work on parliamentary election, not just a presidential election, it might make sense. That's where we are going to determine everything. First, we have to start with census, how many people we have in the country, and that's where we are going to decide it, how many constituencies are we going to get. And that's how we are going to determine the budget. But thinking election is just talking about election now and doing all this kind of colleague conference, it's a shortcut. That's basically that's what always causes a problem in Africa, where you take a shortcut to get where you want to go, and that's a problem. And Brother Madid, it's simple. I saw the video that we had a very hard debate on my wall today was going to be a part of that conversation, but this is what it is. Right now, the army is get in politics, which they are not supposed to be. And that was one of the biggest issue for the last few months, that we have an army that are actually most tribal, that they are most loyal to individual instead of the nation. And we just saw that less than 3 days ago or 4 days ago, where that controversial song is being sung. It's just things are not going well so far. It's crazy. It's crazy. We are talking about election, and president have already been nominated by certain. I mean, it's crazy. We are not there yet. Give her the peace we want. That's what we want. Marit, you and my brothers, who are actually always depend the government regardless of what, you should have taken this lead. If you want the current peace to to be maintained, take a lead by example. What things that are actually against the peace, you should be the one that goes on instead of actually sugarcoating. It's not you, but your colleague, your friend were so defensive about it. They think it is nothing, but it's one of those problems that we are having right now, where not just only South Sudan, but all over the world is known that the South Sudan army is mostly the opposite. Another majority of the army, they are actually allegiance, they pledge allegiance to individual instead of the nation, and that's a problem. That's one thing that we need to fix as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Peter Khan. I will respond to Peter Khan, but let me give a chance to Brother Edmond. Edmond, go ahead.
Yeah, I think what Peter Khan have spoke is real. It is. I've never touched about if we go for electoral processes, messaging, language, convincing the vote for you to win the vote requires an agenda. What agenda are we going to set up? Any other party that want to go for the elections, what agenda will they set in front of the voters that this is our agenda? And remember, there's an agenda at the level of a party, there's an agenda in the level of individual. What reference would the individual quote that, look here, vote for me because for the last 2 or 3 years I have done this, and if you bring me in, I will increase more and I will bring more positive. Yes, some SPLM may run away with the roads that is now going on infrastructure, but these roads, the question comes is that does the road speak more louder? Yeah, I'm going to give an example. I'm going to give an example because I'm on the ground.
Yeah.
I've seen some of them using it. But the question is that, is this road more important than my peace and security than my protection? Because some of these roads, even if they've been constructed, the question of safety and security of citizens is beyond services that we can count a bit of it. So for me, the environment is not yet conducive. And that's why several times I was saying, don't rush. Don't rush for elections. What you need to do right now, instead of us talking about casting our votes, we talk about well preparation for elections, because elections is not a political game that you can easily just have a shortcut to it. It's a political process is that into, and remember, elections is also a political emotional activity. It's a question of ideologies that you need to reason out. So it means the spirit of having the respect to freedoms, to rights that are associated with electoral processes need to be in place. For example, freedom of assembly, of association, access to information, free speech, free media. You need to have those in place, because when you're going to go, brothers, we're not going to argue over, because I know you are my brother, I've been together. No, we're going to argue over political ideology. You need to justify your agenda before the voters. I need to justify my agenda before the voters. Now, if we don't have state agencies that we can term them like security, that can listen to Edmond to challenge. Let me give an example. I'm not from Baragazal. If I decided today I want to contest for presidency, and I'm going to go to Tonj, and I'm going to challenge sons and daughters of Tonj North and Tonj South on the classes that are killing themselves, will I be allowed to challenge you? You know, somebody question me like, why do you come from 5 years, you want to challenge me in Tonj? If you don't have that environment, then we need to really prepare that environment for elections. So where the language now I'm going to speak is, how can we build up a conducive environment for elections? For me, that's a legitimate focus, that if we can focus on creating a conducive environment, because there are a lot of actions, we need to put them in place. Besides this, I would like to give an example. Even within the SPLM, not only SPLM, all political parties in the country, even within them, per now, there are internal cracks. There are internal cracks going on. Even if how much you want to do, there's a competition among the members of the parties in order to win elections. I know from where I'm coming from. 2 days ago, people are asking, like, what is the criteria? Somebody says, no, we're tired of you. You have never delivered anything. So the question comes is now, within a particular section of a one single community, likely some people are going to use the culture of military to dominate the nomination for candidates to run the election. So the question is that we need to really be honest to ourselves. We don't want to have elections as a trigger of returning back to violence. We need to really prepare ourselves to go for a better one. So candidature across political parties in order for voters to get convinced and cast their ballots freely is going to be challenged. The other scenario is that, yes, you may impose elections, but you may have completely unknown candidates that will come in. Will they be allowed to take over the power? From what is called as, like what my brother Peter Khan was mentioning, these political elites that use violence as a ladder to power, because they're used to that culture. What they have is that they put the ladder as a violence and then they climb to the power. And the ladder is full of uniform. You don't climb through political ideology, question of merit, question of an agenda. So for me, the debate we should be debating right now is what defines conducive environment for elections. Before we talk about casting our ballots and even going for our candidature, the systems that we need to have in place. And recently, with the continuous communal violence, the culture of really hatred towards each other have been decentralized to even a sections within one particular tribe. And we need to repair those wounds before we go for elections. I will give an example. I've been working in several clashes that recently are across the country, and some of them really have a very bad issues. Look at Tombra crisis. Look at Tonj North and Tonj South crisis. Look at Ngok and Twitch in Baragazal issues. Look at Magui, what is building up in Magui. Look at what is going on now between Jongole in terms of the Low Nuer, the Dinkabor, and the Murle. All those tensions, if we don't put them into an order, if we don't mitigate them, I don't think we have the environment to go peacefully without receiving a bullet in our heads before we campaign for elections. So for me, it's a question of let us create a conducive environment for elections. And that's why the debate right now should not be, because one of the things I'm a bit worried, my brothers, is that the more we amplify the language of casting our votes, the more we're attracting violence to come back closer and we need to renew violence. So the honest ground is, let's talk about conducive environment. Let's prepare the conducive environment. Until we have the conducive environment, we can go for that. Now, the question one will come is, what about the lifespan of the revitalized agreement is coming to an end? Not very far. It's February next year. So there will be legitimacy of the revitalized government of national unity. There will be legitimacy of the peace agreement. So if that is the question, then that question, we need to really respond to that question directly without turning it around elections. Is where we look at how do we go about from here. So for me, being on the ground, honestly, the environment is not yet conducive. We need to really have the concept of well preparation for elections. But the concept of well preparation for elections doesn't mean casting our ballots. Doesn't mean we're going for campaign. Is we need to check ourselves. Have we built what is called the legal framework, the infrastructure for us to conduct elections where we have fair and non-violent and credible principles and values? Over there to you, colleagues.
Absolutely, I agree with you. Actually, so my question is this: how can we, how people of South Sudan, like the government actually, how do they work to do to make a room to everybody or to prepare a road to the election? So if there is a issues going on like communal violence and roads, every road there are insecurity on the road and other things that are not, we are seeing these things are not in the right place. What will the government do to prepare for that, to make the election a fair and free for everyone? So how can government will do that?
My response to this question is we need to take an honest political responsibility where we sit on the drawing board and we ensure that when we sit on the drawing board, we sit with the spirit that we must accept the truth, we must accept the reality on the table. And part of it is if we want to say the implementation of the revitalized agreement define the conducive environment for elections, then what does that mean? It means let us be honest and sincere to ourselves that we need to meet the criteria that were enshrined in the revitalized agreement for a governance transformation. That comes, it means the security sector, the unification of the forces. How can you unify them? Like what my brother Peter Khan was saying, what formula can we use to avoid one or two or three ethnic group dominating security institutions? That's very important debate that we need to pick up. Financial management, question of transparency in the elections, question of mitigating the intercommunal violence. So for me, what the government can do as a revitalized government of national unity with these individuals who said 500 in the parliament is to open an honest national debate with accepting the reality on the table that we need to accomplish the following tasks, because we need to really honestly accomplish tasks. And the end of the revitalized agreement should not be a point of hurry to create an environment that will not consolidate peace and cannot repair the damaged or the broken social fabric. For me, those are the things that we need to go for it. That the reality is we need to accept. And remember, if you look at the political decisions, how to make South Sudan to become a peaceful ground does not lie at the fingers of anybody. It is our solid primary responsibility as South Sudanese to decide how we want to live in peaceful coexistence. So that means the politicians that we can describe that have formed the revitalized government of national unity need a primary responsibility to meet the prescribed criteria for transforming the country from the current situation to a better in the revitalized agreement. They need to take it serious. And that's why, like what my colleague, brother Peter Khan was saying, is that the politicians who now sit at like 500 or 650 in the parliament, they need to really take responsibility and they need to prioritize issues related to creating a conducive environment for elections. And the best thing you can do is that as a parliament or as executive wing of the government is to define what constitutes what is called as conducive environment for the conduct of elections. That is very important. But if we are looking at buying off some generals, supporting the factions, and fragmenting the parties from one party to another, these are all issues that will create an environment that is not conducive. Communal violence. And communal violence have now, as I said, it's been used as a political card for access to power. It's until when our political elites, and there are various political colors. Here, I'm not attacking one party. All of them across the political colors. Avoid using ethnicity to control power or to access resources until we have an honest and sincere debate on what defines a conducive environment for elections, that what type of task we need to undertake. It's very hard for us to go. So for me, my response to your question is that it's a question of political leadership that we need to take an honest and sincere ground to define milestones of what constitutes a conducive environment for elections. So part of it is the infrastructure, mitigating community violence.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Madid, I think the best way Edmund elaborated, but I will touch base on it a little bit here. Um, if I were President Kiir and the rest of his cabinet, the first thing that I would do is make sure the current peace agreement is being implemented fully in the letter and spirit, where whether it's, those who are still holding harm, such as Paul Malone, uh, such as Thomas Chirlo, where a President Kiir will be like, look, the country is peaceful. Um, we have a freedom of speech. Whatever you want to do, come in. That way, if the election is done today, President Kiir will be pointing and say, look, the country is safe. My child and I has no problem again, but only these two or other group that are still holding on is the one that we want to be. So that would be the first things I do. Now you have created a conducive environment where people can actually practice their political freedom. At this point, I don't see President Kiir take a plan and go and campaign in a layer with issues that are going on in a layer in unity state. If he cannot do that, where do you think there is a conducive environment here for election? That's a first thing I will do. Make sure I do everything I can to have a simple requirement for an election. We don't have budget right now. Talking about is studying, it's something that's there. Unless they're ready to, someone is ready to loan them some money, which as a country now, we are in debt that we, this generation, cannot pay, and our children cannot even pay. We are in debt. If they want to do that, that's okay. 3, make sure those who are in POC, those who are in refugees camp, they have to get their life back, where he will be pointed. Yet you were affected. Now the country is safe. You go back to your home. Give me another chance. These are the things that a president can point out later. But for now, what is he going to point out? So if I was him, that's where the conducive environment, that's where it will come in. If I cannot go and campaign on the other part of the country because I am afraid of the situation, it is not a conducive environment. The another thing is infrastructure. We have this Juba Air Road that we have been talking about. The first time where this road, when I went to Juba in 2014, the road was actually, it was on Juba to Barkada road. It was actually the last place. The last place I can remember was between Mobile and Koder, and then the other side of the Tombe. So 2014 up to 2022, and that road is not done. Where are the infrastructure where people are going to travel around to go and talk to people in their constituency and tell them, hey, this is what happened. This is unconducive environment. If you can have those, but let's put that at the last. But the first thing here is the security. The country is still in chaos. It's just, if I was, that will be a simple thing that I will do first to have a conducive environment.
Okay, let me welcome Deng Kamis. Garang, welcome to the show, Deng Kamis. Uh, so our topic for this evening is about general election. Is South Sudan ready for election? Welcome, and you hear your brothers. They weigh in on this topic. Uh, the microphone is yours. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Abraham. And Edmund, nice seeing you again for the third time, I believe. So last time we had interview with you was on Clubhouse, uh, and you came back about the. You came almost, I think, four time and at the fifth time today. My brother Peter Ken, all of you, the viewers, the supporters of the page, those who are supporting the Egon Media page, and all the South Sudanese that are watching out there, greeting to you all. As Madid said earlier, my name is Abdir Then Kamis Garang. That's my name. I'm actually, this time I'm residing in America, and I'm a South Sudanese by nationality. That's where I belong. The question is about the election. If the South Sudan election will be possible in 2023. We discussed this last time, yes. Peter King uh, recorded back probably two months ago or three, I believe. And it was triggered by something, uh, politics is sometimes crazy. So we went over it, and it was very dominant by that time in the clubhouse and sometime in Facebook. It's not that much because people don't want to use their data. The Facebook take a lot of data on your service, and some people don't want to be seen on the camera. They just want to be underground. So, and you in the clubhouse, yes, you can talk with a ghost man or ghost woman. So somebody you will never find one day, maybe,
That's
because
why
you can just
that's why you guys are fighting 24/7 because you are
you.
fighting.
Yeah, you said you
Our
guys. That
people are
you
fighting at
better say that's why we are fighting because you are part of us. Yeah. So I'm going back to the topic. I don't want to forget some highlights here, and I may raise some argument. Let me go to the topic first, then I will try to erase some accusations that were made by Brother Peter Ken. Here is my take about the election. We have been in the war for quite so long, so we are actually war warriors, warriors country, regardless where how long we came, 50 years back, and another 10 years, 17 years that we are actually devoting our time fighting back and forth. So the election is very, to myself, my own observation, the election should be alternative to our problem. To case this down, to solve this problem of South Sudan, it was generated by the election itself for those who were intended to contest for the presidency, and we at the same time want to be the head of the party. So that caused the problem. And if we go back to review our own case, how did we go? How did we go wrong here, and how to get back? That should be the alternative. The election have to be conducted Uh, for the resident and the citizen of South Sudan, the current citizen that live in the country at the moment, and those who are in IDPs, those who are in IDP, there's no question about them. They are in the country. They will vote if they want to. If you don't want to vote, it's your choice always as a citizen. Only the concern is about that's what I see people raising it as a concern is about refugees, those who are residing in other countries. To be honest, that refugees, the government is not responsible for them. They are under protection of two countries, of two groups, the United Nations or the UNHCR, the one that's supplying them with their needs. And the country that they live in, like Kenya and Uganda, that provide protection for them, are the one responsible. Only what the government of South Sudan do, or government in any way, is to engage their citizens if they can be able to return back at any given time. If they feel happy to return back, if they feel safe to return back, there's no consequences and there will be no question why you return to your own country. That's my take on the refugee side. So whoever chose to come back to South Sudan, whether they coming for the election or whether they moving back permanently to live in the country, it's their choice. If there is the government play a very good role that they can repatriating the refugees back to their country, with the exception from the United Nations and the UNHCR, then what the government would do is to provide transportation and the arrangement how they will come back to the country and how they're going to be settled because they have been away for quite long time. That part, that's how I know it, and that's how it happened back years when our people left Kenya and Uganda when they went back 2008, 2009, and 10. That's how I remember. It can be done that way. So, and a citizen, those who did not leave Kakuma, where I came from, those who did not leave Kakuma by that time, they did not go back to South Sudan. The government of South Sudan didn't say anything to them. The government of Sudan did not say anything to them because it's their choice, because they are under protection of somebody that are taking responsibility. So I think I will rest my case on that side of refugees. Coming back to the election, there are some lingering questions that will be asked by the citizen and always there. Why do we have to have an election without the census? Do we know how many people are in the country? Um, Point blank, we do not need a census for the election. Only we need, what we want the citizen to do is a registration. The citizen, those who are going to vote, they can register. It's the same thing we do in the Western world. When I conduct census in 2020 and the election was already scheduled, that number wasn't matter. It did not matter. Only you have to register. So you are going to be you are going to vote for that contingency that you are in there. When the registration is done, that's how the government is going to determine what contingency is actually qualified to have an MP. That's how it should work. So, and that is my take based on my experience. That what I know. There's no question always come on the election side. relating to census. It don't work. It don't work that way. That's what I that's what I know. At this moment, those the citizens that are in the country. The question is, where are those parties? I myself, none of my business. I don't know. I know the SPLM is there, and the SPLM is ready to contest for the presidency. That's what I know. The other parties, if they decided to go for rally, they decided to engage with the citizens. Nobody is actually preventing them not to practice their political rallies. I don't think it's there. Number three, election is part of the peace agreement. The government in Juba is called a transitional government. So that transitional government is comprised with a lot of small parties. They have their shares in that government. So what to do at this time? They have to practice their own political ideologies and preach them out. So for any party that is in South Sudan, they have right to do it, to go and go ahead and proceed. It's part of the peace agreement. If it is not followed in the right way, it may take the country back to war. So that's my take about the election. It has to be done, and there is a lot of parties they are out there, and the one of them is IO. You all know that what is going on, OPP or something like that. So majority of them they have MPs. That's why we have 500 MPs in the parliament. Those 500 they did not come from the SPLM. They came from a different parties. So we have to work hard to bring peace back. So by implementing peace, those steps have to be taken. The reunification is already been being done, and the government is working on it. So the moving forward is to schedule the election. So for those who want to contest for any position, whether you want to become an MP, like my own county, there is only one MP. Some of them they are there, and they need what they want. They want to take that MP out and be some people they want to contest for the MP position. The same to the governors. That process has to be done, and it's part of the peace agreement. So we, the South Sudanese, have to be cautious enough, because if we make another mistake, that mistake may take us back to war, and it will not be good again. So we cannot keep fighting every day, every year, every time. So if anybody have a question, that's my take about the election. And yeah, you will come. What I want to to say about the SPLM, I see my brother Peter Kenny was talking about the SPLM. So I don't even know. So you're talking about the SPLM. Who are you?
Okay. I will put that as the last question because I don't want to say anything.
Okay,
If I say
okay,
anything that
okay.
that would I will feel that would be like insult. But Madid,
No, no,
first,
no. It's not insult. I'm asking you.
okay,
You're questioning the SPLM. Who are you? SPLM is the party. I'm part of the SPLM. Who are you?
all right. I will answer that at last. But first of all, uh, you just you just went around and you did not actually make out a single point. First, about refugees and the internal displaced. My brother, let me put that. I'm gonna go off the topic, but let me tell you one thing.
Okay, you two gentlemen, I know you guys will be at for that debate. and I
No,
work on it.
I'm,
Um,
I'm, I'm, I'm good.
then
I'm good.
Peter
I'm
can
good.
go ahead.
I don't want it to be
I'm going to mute myself. Let him talk.
um,
Yeah, mute yourself. But brother Imun, his network is bad over there, so we can give him a chance
okay,
that he
okay,
can
okay.
talk.
Let
Let
Brother Edmund respond. I will respond to them. Let me mute myself. Uh,
and we have
let me.
people in clubhouse. They will. We have people in clubhouse. Okay, go ahead, brother Imun.
Yeah, first, I'd like to really take a bit of a call here. If we're really sincere that we need to have a national debate argument for our current generation or for generations to come, I would really urge people, let's take civic responsibility. Let's put our emotions, our personal social arguments about who we are, where we're coming from, what we want to achieve aside, because we're debating about processes that have direct link with the lives of people. And we're not arguing on things that are not like, it's not a sports game. It's not Man U versus Arsenal. It's Liverpool versus Chelsea. No. This is the future of our current generation and generations to come. So I will urge anybody that is arguing, let's argue responsible enough. And let us take the responsibility of questioning what I'm doing will really contribute to the South Sudan that we want. Remember the lives that we have lost to gain this nation. I don't think that they gain for joke. I don't think that they lost their lives in order for us to gain a joke. They lost their lives so that we can have this nation we have. And when they're losing their lives, they're not losing on any line that we're arguing around, whether being it as a tribe or being as a political color. And remember, children have been really dying. So I would really urge us that whoever we're going to argue, sometimes I get pissed off when we're arguing over our national issues and sometimes emotions and rational takes up. So I want to urge everybody that is in this platform. I'm not urging a specific person, but all of us, let's argue as a responsibility is behind the mind when we're doing our argument. That's one thing I'd like to make forward. With regard to Denkamis, if you say you don't want to return back to war, the reality is that if we want to return back to war, we need to rebuild the social fabric Denkamis. I wish you could have come and joined us in Juba, and we can move with you. I was recently moving across the country. Honestly, our social fabric is broken beyond what I can describe beyond an ethnic identity. It's broken to the level of clans. I have friends who are coming from certain communities that they are unable to live in their own community simply because they are target of revenge attacks. What does this mean? It's a question of rule of law. Does rule of law prevail so that we can live? So let us be honest to ourselves. For me, what we need to discuss right now as South Sudanese, to be honest, let's not do a rush to elections. Even if it means we look for an alternative, the best thing I would recommend for you that let us create a conducive environment for elections. And the conducive environment for elections are what? Are really having legislations in place, having respect for freedom and rights in a place, putting down the violence that is going among our communities, and we mitigate it. We South Sudanese, we love ourselves. We love the nation we belong to. The most important thing is that we should engage in a process that does not embrace violence. Because right now, even in my own community where I'm coming from, we're divided on political colors. We have not yet argued among ourselves with our different political ideology. How do we build the nation we want? Because politics is a difference in ideology, but that should not be a source of clashes, a source of violence among ourselves. So for me, let us argue responsible enough that we need to look into that. For instance, we can go for elections now. We can easily go for elections now. Ask yourself about the defection among the IOs. Like what some of us were saying, our MPs need to relinquish that position, the government needs to relinquish that position. Do you have the environment to embrace each other? This is within one particular party, defection have been affecting them. Look at the communal violence that are going on in the different locations. And you need to start questioning yourself. If we have electoral disputes, which legal frameworks are we going to use to mitigate the electoral dispute that will come? And remember, we have experienced, my colleagues, South Sudanese all over, we have elections in 2010 where we are not in the current situation we're in now. That elections ending having, I think, more than 4 new rebel groups that people only dispute of elections results. David Yao in Pibor, George Ator in Jongole, Peter Sole in Central Equatoria, There's a tension that going on in Western Equatoria between Bakasoro and all those. By then, we're not in deep political difference like right now we are. Now, in this current political difference, where if it go to elections, how many armed groups are going to merge as arguing over the results of the elections? And remember, with our sharp appetite for political power, everybody who contests in elections will come with an ideology that automatically I'm the winner. And specifically, when we start using our ethnic cards, where some people say we are from the original section of our ethnic identity, we deserve to be the rulers. We deserve not to be ruled, or we are the best section, or we have the ethnic identity. So how many groups are we going to have? And where we have a fragile also security sector. By the time we don't have a fragile security sector, per now. So for me, it's a question of let us pick a debate around what do we define as a conducive environment to help our political elites to make a very genuine decisions. For me, my appeal is that let us not hurry. Let us have proper planning. This one. Two, if we are looking at elections, let us look at elections as a stick for displaying other people. Because when you see as a stick to discipline other people, then if that stick turns around for disciplining us, things will not go well with us. So for me, the big responsibility is we should not argue around what do we define as a genuine preparations for conduct of free and fair elections. And that sometimes I like to really bring to your attention. I know the word diaspora may sound more discriminative, but sometimes even some people are within the country, they have this factor identity as a diaspora. Is that if you see the reality on the ground, my brothers and sisters, if you see the reality on the ground, you will get convinced that we need to take enough time to prepare for elections. Why? Because there's huge issues that we need to handle. Our parliamentarians in the parliament, I used to sit in the parliament. 2 days ago, I was in the parliament where some sittings were adjourned. Our parliamentarians don't just think about elections. Livelihood is really their top agenda. The approved budget, where will I get 800,000? So livelihood is almost commanding opinion of everybody. Now we need to go for elections. So for me, it's a question of us to advise our leaders, our political elites, that it's a time for us to discuss about conducive environment for elections. Now the question is, will they not continue extending the transitional period as well, like what I've seen? Now, if they extend the transitional period, what will they do differently from what they have done in the past? Obviously, many people say we need to end up the transitional period extension. But what's the alternative do you have at hand? They go election. I will important. Forms, use of transitional justice, use of as age where it's
Okay, your network is getting cut off.
Sorry.
Yeah, your network signal is cutting. It's getting worse. It's getting bad. Can you check it again? Okay.
Someone
Okay.
can go ahead.
Yeah, it's good now. Go ahead. It's good now.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Hang on, Jack.
yeah. So for me, the equation is let us talk about preparation for elections, where we define the preparation as creating a conducive environment for elections. Thank you over there, brothers and sisters.
Okay, thank you, Brother Amon. Okay, guys, people in studio, hang tight. I have a gentleman here in club. I won't wait in. Jack, I will give you 2-3 minutes to comment on this page, on the topic. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jack. Agoro.
Madid, is it speaking? We don't hear anything.
Yeah, exactly. I think I don't hear.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Jeff.
They can still interrupting me because I want to express something within 2 minutes, not even 3 minutes, because I don't want to speak. Okay, okay. You can mute. You can mute. Okay, okay. You people, I can say that PLAYA is not many people here, but it's you like the record because I'm a normal citizen. Nobody fight about this country more than SPLA. That's why I say SPLAYA. I don't get any $1 from anything, like in I'm Monjang. So I want to go to the
Okay,
topic.
SPLM that's what you want? SPLM
Madid, you mute yourself. When you mute yourself, we don't hear them. So
South
Oh,
Sudanese, we are
okay, that's it.
diversity. We are just
So you guys
diverse.
can hear him, man.
We are multicultural, because we have a lot
Yes.
of tribes in Sudan. Me, I'm a Dinka. Me, I'm a Nuer, which I will never. Okay, before, like,
Is it good?
we
It
South
sound good?
Sudanese, like, it came to, like, politics. We have, like, a media politics. We have here in Juba. Me, I'm in Juba. I'm speaking in Juba. I can speak Arabic Juba, but I cannot do it. I'm a hustler, but I see a lot because I'm too weak all in social media. I'm not for any intention, but anything that destroy within Juba, it doesn't make sense to me. Me, I will come back when people they are more here because sometimes I'm busy and the internet is not. It costs a lot of money for you to get the Wi-Fi and then to be in the house to connect with the social media. So what I want to say is like this: like we South Sudanese, we have to understand the background. When we go for the election, nobody, nobody refused the election. I'm ready, and you are ready, and every social media is ready as long as it's not for propaganda. It's the real thing. It's 2023. We are going there. But let's go back. What happened in 2013? 2013, what is happening there? There's something going on because of this social media, because we hear a lot of shit. So what happened is like in South Sudan we have like a federal government, and federal government is a constitution which are the representatives from your own state. If I'm from Jonglei, if you are from Werap State, if you are from Equatorial State, if you are from any state, whatever case happening is not about the tribe, it's about the representative in the parliament. And that person, I'm speaking like I'm too young to do this, but I'm a normal citizen. I don't need anything, but I want to say it from my heart. Like we don't have to talk lie. We have to say the truth. We blame the key government. Okay, the key government. Key is just like a Honda from SPLA. Is the one left. When we go for he will never ever. Why? Because he's the SPLA member. Just the same case here on social media. If you have the parliament today on social media, tomorrow you will get another revo on the boys. That cannot make sense to the normal citizen like me. Why I mean that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because if you are on social media, you are not physically, and they say that in English, actually speak loud than words. On social media, the words speak loud than action. So what I mean is like this, like Kir is suffering and is too old, but you see that the country is going from him to nowhere because the people who are representatives, when we say that we believe that democracy, South Sudan is under democracy, the democracy is human rights, and those who are the Democrats, they don't know the position. Okay, if I'm a politician, if I'm all like, let's say like 30 years, and then I go to politics, I go to parliament. Why should I sit in the parliament? What can I represent? What the project I want to present for my state? Do you know what I mean? So what I mean is like this: people that are suffering because we don't have the voice. Okay, if we talk on the internet, because I hear someone on the internet, I'm 2 weeks now from Clubhouse. I never speak in any political forum unless something I just like a moderator. What I want to say is like this: if you are a politician, you have to say the truth. You have to be on the ground. You have to say it how it happened. Like we cannot just like go on demonstration just because you want to be a social media rebel. A social media rebel have to convince to get more followers. But also on here on Clubhouse,
Okay, Agoro, you got 1 minute.
it came.
Put in your last word, 1 minute.
Okay, my last word is like this: like we are ready for election, and then we know who are going for rally, who are going for presidential whatever rally, not that whatever rally they mentioned, whatever. Whoever campaigned for the election, for him it can bring change because now SPLA is there and there's a lot of rebel inside SPLA. So we cannot talk about the system because I need someone who can change the system, can make the citizen comfortable, can know the future for the next generation. That's my last word I can put in because I'm just like a young South Sudanese in Juba. I'm a hustler. I'm not for
Okay, thank.
whatever, but to be honest, go for election, be ready for election, 2023 if it's happening because when we talk trash on social media, the election will be extended again. And that's my hope. That's my dream. I need election 2023. That's my last word.
Thank you, Agoro. I will move you to audio and then you can listen. Don, I will give you the last 2, 3 minutes. Don, are you there? Don, are you there? Yeah, go ahead. It's your turn. 2 minutes, please. Yeah. Go ahead. Okay, 4 minutes. Go ahead. Just talk, and let's see how you proceed first. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm good. Okay. Dan, okay, I will let you listen more, and then afterward, and then you will talk later. Okay. 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 Let's go back to the. Okay, I will stop. I will stop people in Clubhouse for a second. Okay, let's go back. So Peter, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Brother Madid. Thank you, Brother Eamon, for reminding her that when we are discussing things that are pertaining to South Sudan, we have to be genuine and take personal and not to take things personal. I appreciate it. I'll try the best I can. I'm that of kind of person when I feel like I get hyped, but I don't take things personal. It's all about debate and personal individual opinion is their opinion. Brother Deng, I will start with was where you mentioned actually the registration, the difference between registration and census. You particularly narrated and said census is not necessarily, if you want election, all you can do is register and vote. Well, this is where I said you are absolutely and definitely wrong. Why? You are only focusing on the vote, you are not focusing on population. If you take a registration, you are only focusing on people that are actually um, eligible to vote. That means you are not talking about population that are less than 18 years and down. And that's a big problem. You cannot use a registration to determine the number of the seat in the parliament, and you cannot determine the budget on that. I hope you understand where you gone wrong. So that's why I said registration is a wrong concept and it can be applied. If you do that, you are actually disfranchised the vast majority and maybe probably the half of the population of South Sudan, which are minor, under 18 and below. So that's one. Uh, about the refugees, it's another thing that you are only focusing on getting the vote. Because what happened here, you are trying to remind those who are actually living in refugees camp and POC, if you are having trouble, screwed you. I was the one that sent you to those refugees camp because you know if they come back, you will remind them on during the election ballot, they will remind them how did they end up there. Least but not less, I am a member of SPLM as full because nobody that have right to deny me. And what I have here, I have a different opinion. I am criticizing the party that I belong to, that we have failed and we are not doing the right thing. So I don't see you asking me who am I to question the SPLM, because I have the same right that you have as a member of the SPLM. Is that a crime to question your own party when they are not doing right? Absolutely no, it is not a crime. To go back, there is no conducive environment. If I can ask you particularly as a Denkamis, as a member of SPLM and supporter of President Kiir, would you go and campaign on behalf of President Kiir in their country, in Greater Pibor? If you said absolutely no, then that means there is no conducive environment here. I hope I make myself clear. And please, if I can remind you what caused this current crisis in 2013, is simple something called process. And the process is starting now in the wrong foot. Because the SPLM as a party is split and decide to fight itself because of process. And you don't want to repeat the same story. Now we have president have already been nominated in Northern Barakazal. Was that a process? Are there no primaries? Are all the other candidates on the SPLM party, are they going to be handpicked, or are they going to go to the grassroots and campaign for a simple primary? This is a process. You are taking a shortcut. And that's what caused the problem. Is what called a cheating. It's a cheating here, and that's why the SPLM is split in 2013 and decided to fight itself and put the country in whole suffering. So, my brother, let's just be honest. If I have to criticize my party, it doesn't mean I don't have another party outside other than being an SPLM member and being political activist. That's what I am. I'm not representing another party other than SPLM, but I'm criticizing my own party. So if you have if you see it a different way or you have a different name about it, It is your opinion. Call it what it is, but this is what it is. It is the facts, and no one can deny.
Thank you. I see my two colleagues have a no. Hang on, you will come take a piece. I see my two colleagues. One divorced SPLM, and one is still married with SPLM. Hang on, that's coming. You two are the Red Army. You two are Red Army. You guys were.
Of course, Madid, back in the day, we don't pledge allegiance to individual. We pledge allegiance to South Sudan. So regardless of who you are, if you are not doing well, remember they used to say "Kelabu Wadi Talaga." So it doesn't matter who is an SPLM, whether it is my own father or from Dinga community. If they are not doing wrong, I have to criticize them. And you can call me a name. If you want to call me a name, that's fine. But the fact has to be said.
Comrade Peter Kane, nice to see you, brother.
It's okay to have a different opinion.
Nice to see you as always, Peter. Yeah.
It's been a long time. I thought you went to Rumbek.
No, I am around.
I might ride to Rumbek before you. I heard brother that was speaking. Oh yeah. I think there's somebody that has a background noise.
Let me mute myself. I don't have noise.
All of us have open mic, so that's why. Yes. Yeah. Before you proceeding, Peter, I want to make a correction.
Peter, welcome. Let yellow microphone back to Denkamis. Denkamis, go ahead and respond.
Okay. Thank you, Madid. Welcome, Peter. Here is what I want to say. Maybe sometime translation is it has to be correct. I did not mean to ask Peter Kenny, Peter Kane, who are you personally? I know he's a Peter. I know him, but I was asking him by criticizing the procedure that is being taken by the SPLM, how they are organizing themselves and try to bring up their candidate. That's why I was asking him who he is. If he is another opposition party, that means I have a question for him and I can ask him why he concerned about the SPLM. That procedure doesn't need the whole country. It's only particular to the party. Regardless of what way they have, SPLM have a constitution. So they conduct their own primaries in their own way they want. And they can update their policy at any given time. That's why I was asking him, who are you? It's not personal. I'm not that emotional guy. So, and I love politics. I talk about it. So, back to what you have said. Actually, for them, there's two contradiction areas here. Census is about population nationwide. If the South Sudan is estimated 15 million, but in election, 5 million can vote if they want, or 2 million can vote, or 15 million can vote. That's the meaning of registration. When we are talking about the election, like we are talking about the election here, we are not talking about the population, the nation, the whole population of the South Sudan. When registration is done, it can be considered in another way, can be contributed to population or to census. Either way, if you want to do it. So I know it's not correct the way you
then I'm not cutting you, but the simple fact is, if you do that, when you do a registration for election, you are talking about people that are eligible. What about those who are not eligible? The population that you have under age of 17 to below. You are disenfranchised. You are disenfranchised.
But do you know
How
that?
do you, how do you, because you are not saying now after that you will turn that in. So how do you determine the member of the parliament? By just having
Okay,
those,
okay. Let me tell you. If we're talking about election, you talking about those who are not eligible. Do you know those who are not eligible? They cannot even talk about election at the same time. So under 18 years old,
I would rather just be quiet.
that cannot vote. They will not register for election. We're talking about specific about election, the out of the census. So I don't know which one is confusing you here. And my question to my brother Elmon said that the election should not be done. So what is the alternative? That if we don't do election, is it not going to take us back to war? Because there's some people that are standing out there, they want to be a president. How are we going to handle that situation? At the same time, it's a part of the peace process. It will be a violation of the peace process. How that going to work out? Is that not going to cause another war? And what is the alternative to the election if the election is not conducted? President Kiir is still going to be there until 2028. One. Number two, that 500 MPs, that huge government is going to take away our resources within that 5 years, 3 to 5 years. Then what are we doing here? I believe it's better to reduce that population so we can save some resources and we make some changes. It doesn't have stability is not going to come at one time. But if we have changes, maybe President Kiir is not going to be there. It might be a different a new pace. How it may work. It may reduce our problem. But what is your alternative? Because you think that the election is not possible. What do you want us to do? And the President Kiir is still going to be there for another 3 to 5 years. That's my question.
Okay,
with your concept, how do you reduce that number of 500 with your concept? Because if it is reality, the person should happen before a general election is a parliamentary election. And how do you determine those seats with your concept? So that's why you need a census to determine that concept.
Let's
So
do it one at Peter, let's do it one at a time. So yeah, I'm going to reply back to you, but let's give Elmon. Peter Madid, I give the mic back to you. Go ahead. Let's give it to the room so the room can be quiet a little bit.
Comrade, I want to ask a question for two guys.
Can you mute himself?
Can you mute yourself?
Okay, yeah, let the question be answered.
Yeah, mute yourself. Okay, Elmon, go ahead and answer his question.
Thank you very much. I wish that as we're debating, if we can give ourselves spaces so that we understand ourselves and we make sense is more important. So let me come to Denkamis. Denkamis, let me set some facts that then later on I can zero, because for me, I like to base my argument on evidence. Evidence is very important than just arguing for the sake of argument. For example, Denkamis, let me ask you this, and I want to put these facts on the ground clearly, and I'm based in Juba. I've been moving across the country. One, are we ready to go for elections when security and stability is questionable? What I mean by security and stability is questionable. Denkamis, number one, Kitgwang Group, what's their faith? And they've been raising concerns about the advanced teams who leave Juba. And that is Simon Garwich asking that. And they signed an agreement in Khartoum. That's one, is a threat. Two, the communal violence that are going among our communities. If we go for elections, for instance, recently there was reconciliation done in Tonj, but still we're seeing violence going on. As we're speaking with you now, I'm going to be true and I'm based on the ground. The Lone Whale and the Nkabora mobilizing to likely pay a paint on Pibor. That's a reality that I have to, you may deny whoever you are, but I'm on the ground. It's a question of where are the facts that you can base on, and I have facts that I can base on. We are getting rumors right now as we're speaking. Panicking is coming up. 2, you look at other violence that are going on places like Magui, where our own citizens, being pastoralists and farmers, are competing over the use of the land, and politicians take advantage of that for their political gain to fuel more violence to happen. That's a big issue. Look at incidents where we're losing people either due to revenge attacks or road ambushes. And if we're there looking at the media, look at the numbers of the lives we're losing. So now, what is it? The reality remains, if we extend the lifespan of the agreement, we have experience of 2 more extension, nothing was delivered. So that's another factor on the table. While at the other side, I've mentioned the question of peace and stability and security, but also we need to mention facts that is extension really an option that will the parties deliver, as we have given them some few extensions we have seen, they have not delivered. So the question comes is, based on options, if all of us know these options for multiple choice, which multiple choice do we need? We need to go to a multiple choice to an option that we don't again return back to a large scale violence. And remember, I said you have a group that have not signed the agreement, which are under the St. Gideon process, the Malone group, and then the Thomas Cirillo group. These are still potential people who can post threat. And right now, as we're speaking, politicians are discontented across the parties. We have seen in the IO defections is a result of discontentment over how things work. If going off elections, likely without proper setup of legal framework. For me, if you want to go for elections, have the legal framework. If you go for elections, have an action that you are able to work around the security and defense sector that pay allegiance to the Constitution. Doesn't pay allegiance to individuals or to a particular political ideology. We have just recently seen the reconstitution of the command structure, which is a good, we appreciate it. It's a positive development because now the command structure is paying allegiance to the Constitution, and we have one commander-in-chief, which we like it because that's how a country is governed. But now let's rush for elections without any unification of the forces. It's going to be tense for us. It's going to be hard for us to conduct that. So what is the best option that you're asking me? What is my option at hand? My option at hand is that with the time left right now for the lifespan of the agreement, let's take responsible steps. Let's take political responsibility that we deliver what is called the necessary task for creating conducive environment. And when we say, let's have a preparation for election, does not mean we're rejecting elections. We're saying, let's have all the necessary milestones. And I would like to tell whoever is saying here, His Excellency President during the Governors Forum, I was inside in Freedom Hall. He made it very clear to governors. Without rule of law prevailing in the country, he himself as a president is worried about if we conduct elections, whether elections will be free and fair. This one. 2, recently the president has made a statement. Without unified force, without proper security setup, and he made it very clear, the stability and peace of this country is depending on security stability. We need to stabilize the security. So even His Excellency President is making signal that if we're going to go for elections, there are necessary conducive steps need to be taken. Yes, this parliament is big. I was part and parcel of the negotiation. I will tell you, the same people who say we need a lean government, and the same people who extend the size of the government to 500. And for me, I'm one of the civil society who is the peace process. We've been calling for lean government. That let's have a lean government. There's no politician who I want to accept lean government. Simply because we need to view a government from ethnic representation. That's why we have this big size of the government. And remember, when we negotiate the agreement, the size of the government is big at national level. Having this 550 MPs, we have not agreed on the size of the Council of State to be extended to 100 from 50. We have not agreed in the agreement to extend the size of the state's parliament from 43 to 101. Simply, politicians came and renegotiated the agreement again, extend the Council of States from 50 number of MPs to 100. At the same time, they extend the states from 43 to 100 and 101 MPs. These are the MPs that today, if you tell them, quit, you come to realize that if you don't have conducive legal environment to challenge them,
about their political attitudes, they can easily send this country back to violence because of losing seats. And of course, we don't embrace this big size of the government because we want to leave that as a culture or as a political presidency that politicians will use it. So the question is, let us secure the legal framework at hand. What's the legal framework? Reconstitution of National Election Commission, reconstitution of Political Party Council, reform of the National Electoral Law, reform of the political party law, and then putting the security sector. If we're able to deliver this thing in 2 or 3 months' time, let us put what we define as conducive environment for election. If we're able to do it in 2 months' time, we can conduct elections. The question is not that we're not rejecting elections. The argument is not that we're not refusing elections. We're calling, let's have a conducive environment that give us, one, an opportunity when there's electoral dispute, we have legal framework to challenge that dispute. 3, we want to have elections that we're not going for it. We're not paying allegiance to individuals and to anything. We're going with political argument that we pay allegiance to the Constitution. 3, we let us go for elections where we realize that there's no any other small-scale violence, like communal violence, that may challenge the credibility of the elections. Because at the end of the day, our big issue as South Sudanese is that we tend not to love ourselves by paying our allegiance to Constitution. We tend to love ourselves by paying allegiance to our ethnicity. And few of us in this platform will dispute the ethnicity that we don't belong to. But this is in public. When we go in secret, we actually promote our ethnicity over the others. So the question is, we need to have a legal framework in place, institution in place, that if somebody wants to dispute the results outcome of the elections, he have a conducive environment without any violent way to dispute it. So my alternative, that Dan Kamis is asking, what is my alternative? Because I'm refusing elections, I'm saying my alternative is that build the conducive environment for election, even if you can use 2 months. By the way, political events need political commitment. In a 1 week time, you can make tremendous political miracles if the commitment is there. So the question is a political commitment. From now until the time we want to go to elections, we need to go for it. And obviously, I will tell you one thing, you can't deliver the revitalized agreement in 2 years' time. Some of the provisions of the revitalized agreement can deliver them in quite a number of 10 to 15 years, like financial reforms, transitional justice. You can't deliver them in 2 years' time. But if you have a
I think his network is gone up.
I have a question that I'd like to direct to him. I will start my speech with a question. It would be good if he can come back, because this question that I have, I will direct it to those who oppose election. It would be good if he can come back before I start speaking.
Okay, so let's see if his network allowed him to come back. So
If he said he's in Juba or he's somewhere?
yeah, he's in Juba.
Yeah,
okay.
he's in South Sudan.
All right, he might be listening. I can go ahead and I think he has one of his friends here. My colleague, Comrade Peter, can answer this question. All right, Comrade Peter, is you just left from? Okay, he's back. No, he's not. If the chance is mine, first of all, I want to thank the moderating team of Eagle Media. Also, Comrade Peter, it's nice to see you back, brother. Comrade Ding, Kamis Garang, good to see you. Let me just starting this thing of asking very important question. If you know the answer of this question, and then you will know exactly the importance. Let me begin by asking the 2 most important ideas of democracy. In a system of democracy, what is it the most important ideas, or the 2 most important ideas? So let me just give an answer to these 2 questions. The most important ideas in system of democratic government, it is voting. That you as a citizen, you have a right to vote. Also engage citizens in a political participation. you give them platform and right to participate. That is exactly, as you have seen the SPLM Secretary General, Comrade Peter, is visiting different states, went up to Northern Baragadel. That is the most important things in a democratic system. Engage citizens in the political participation. And that's what I fought for.
It has to be free and fair.
Yes, yes. You know, that engaged citizen in political participation and also voting. Okay. If it was because of 2013 war, we would have had election back then in 2015. But because of war, the election was postponed. But if you read and you look at peace agreement, it will expire in February 2023. Then you're leaving a vacuum of leadership. And it has been extended. The original expiration date was April of this year, 2022. But because it was implemented late, then it was extended for another year. That's why we have elections set up for 2020. Comrade Peter, or those of you opposed election, there's no way that you can tell whether the election is going to be fair or not. You cannot assume that thing will not go right before it happens. Based according to the law and investigation, you cannot say, I think this thing will happen wrong, but let it happen. When it happens, you can say, okay, we have seen this result and this is wrong. Let's try to find a way to fix it. So I believe, I'm very optimistic. Even President Kiir, he might not run for election. For the person that was speaking, and he said he's in Juba, the way he talk, I think I know more about what's going on in Juba than him, even though I live in the United States. I have a very good friend of mine just came from Juba. He's in Nebraska with me, and he's Nuer. I talked to him, I visited him in his house, and he told me you can 24 hours in Juba. You can even go to part on weekend after 4 hours. Nobody will even stop you, except if you commit crime. The city of Juba is secure. It's like any normal city. In this modern world, there's no places where there's no crime. Even in Western world, we have criminals that are committed crime. It's just like the city of Juba. So we do also have criminal, and this is something minor that would not stop election from proceeding. So if you want to fix South Sudan problem, the only way, in my understanding, is election. Based on what I know, I'm an SPLM party members. I used to be SPLA when I was back then. Now I'm SPLM. Based on what I know, President Kiir may not run. Maybe somebody else will be appointed. SPLM party will have general convention, I think, in July in Juba. So in that convention, they will decide who is going to run for the SPLM ticket. That's why you see the SPLM Secretary General is mobilizing the base, the party, to start organizing it. So that election will take place. Doesn't matter, there are people that are opposing it. Our population is a population of 12 million. And if you go and check the election of the United States, a country of 300 million, you will not even find 100 million people that vote. You will find a small number. And the population of America is 300 million. So a population of 12 million, if you have 5 million that vote, so you got a good number of votes. What we need is a transition from, SPLM rules government into the democratic elected government by the people of South Sudan that will give legitimacy to the next president that will be elected fair. Whether if it's going to be President Kiir will contest again, or by President Riek Machar if he wants to run. If you win the election, that will be given to him. That is exactly what the SPLM said, and that's what I fought for, and that's what all of us that were in SPLM fought for. We did not fight to come and fight each other or just make coup. The SPLM vision was to bring democracy to then the whole Sudan transform into new Sudan, where all citizens of Sudan will be treated equal. That was the action of Dr. John, and they say if it's not achieved and we control South Sudan, then South Sudan would be able to declare independent as it happened. So this is our vision as SPLM to bring democracy to the people of South Sudan. We will not accept anybody opposing that our ideology and our agenda, bringing democracy. That fair election will take place. If anybody like you, Comrade Peter, or anybody else, or whoever is going to run, will win the election, President Kiir will seat that person, will rule out. That is exactly. If you heard from what President Kiir said, he said people should wait until election time, and it is the right of our citizens to run and to contest for from governor to MC to presidency. If you want to run for president, it is your legal right as the citizen of South Sudan to run for president. So that will be a fair election. So let's wait. We can rule out and say, oh, this election will be rigged. That is not good. Don't assume maybe things will go wrong before it happens. In the intellectual way of investigating things, as my background in investigation, thing has to happen. You have to have all this evidence and say, yes, this is what happened. So for me, I'm very optimistic. Our election will take place as it is written, based on agreement. Look what will happen. If you don't implement it, you violate some part of this agreement, because the old, artists of peace agreement, the old points, all chapters of the peace agreement have been implemented, but it's only election that left. You see, the old chapter of, peace agreement has been implemented. It's just only election that left. But the court has not yet been set up, but it will be set up. But let's finish this transitional period, that when we go to election and we elected the president, the new president, maybe it's not going to be Uncle Kirmayar or Dr. Riek, it will be somebody else. It might be me. Maybe I'm going to run for president, comrade, and you will be the first person that I will hire. You see, you're a wonderful man. You just need to, let things go sometime. Let the frustration go. We will fix this problem. My words that I can encourage we as a diaspora, what I believe that our responsibility should be. There's no country that can get independent today and everything will go smoothly. But all of us that we are on this platform, we went to school here in the United States. And because this is a requirement, either you take American history or take political science, even though you are not a social science major as a general elective. You read the history of America, the Civil War they had, and the result. And, more than 600,000 were killed. Let's say if the loser side want to revenge and want to continue fighting each other and opposing anything related to democracy, America would not be where it is today. But people embrace unity and forgot about the past. See, there's a word Pope John Paul said, the last speech he had. He said, people of this world, and I quote, do not forget that there is no peace without forgiveness. We cannot have a peace if we don't forgive one another. It doesn't matter. If Comrade Peter, if you have done something wrong to me and you apologize, it doesn't mean that you are a coward. Or if you have done something wrong to me and I forgive you, it doesn't mean that I'm a coward. That's the kind of nature. Show your kindness and show your goodness. I know sometimes, people, feel bad when bad things happen, but forgiveness, that's the only thing that moves people and country forward. All of us, we are SPLM and SPLA. I think nobody can come and introduce Salva Kiir as we know him. We had been with him since day one. We know what kind of person he is. We know Riek Machar and we know Comrade Wan and all those leaders, including Mahmoud Abed. But our elders have done their part and they brought us South Sudan. It is our responsibility, the young people, to move the Republic of South Sudan forward. Our message promoting unity and peace is the only way out that would bring stability and peace and prosperity to the Republic of South Sudan. I really think it's the right ideas is, to have election take place, because these are the good things you're going to get out of this election. And then you fulfill the peace, because recently the last chapter has been implemented between SPLMIO under Riek Machar and President Kiir. The SPLMIG secure arrangement has been implemented because that was a difficult part that took them 3 years to implement it, but now it is implemented. The next step is very easy. If there are some, little things, what you and I need to do, let's send the message back to our uncles and our leaders. We think this is wrong. We want to see security improve. We want to see these things done. You see, I, as the SPLM, I knew in certain part of our country there is insecurity. But this is the responsibility of the government of South Sudan to improve security. So we can even convey that message. We want to see security improve in the area of Jonglei, in the area of all this, that there's insecurity. We want to make sure that the government put more resources, whatever manpower, to improve the security of that area. It is our responsibility to do that. That's it, Comrade Peter. So coming to the question that brother brought earlier about Kit Gwang. Yes, Riek Machar went to Juba, and the arm of IO remained with Garrido. If some of you don't even have the Malumat inside, those generals that he took were family relative of Riek Machar. The real field officer of IO are with Garrido. If you speak Arabic, you heard what General Garrido had said. And he said he does not want President Kiir's position. He does not want to fight with the government of South Sudan. He's not a threat to election. He's not a threat to the Republic of South Sudan, even though he has more force. That's something that I can assure you, that Garrido has no interest of fighting anybody. So even though there is some obstacle in the term of implementing this, because Riek has put himself there, is fighting very hard, want to make sure that group of Garrido are not coming to Juba. So Garwich is, is not going to do anything that will jeopardize peace in South Sudan. That's what I can assure you, comrade. So if anybody have a question, you can go ahead and ask me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Comrade Peter. Let us give the chance. Peter, can hang tight. You will answer your question. Let me give this chance to Majuk Makur. Welcome to the hard debate. I have two gentlemen here face off.
Thank
you. Kwar medit mala jinsin.
Yeah, keep your man, change your color.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank you, brother.
two Peters, Denkamis, and our host, Abraham Adit. I'm happy at least to see Denkamis today and see Brother Peter. Yeah, actually, the topic is very interesting and it's one of the topic actually people are discussing nowadays, alongside the resumption of Jonglei Canal and the flooding issue. Our question is clear. Is South Sudan ready for general election 2023? Myself, I support election. But I'll first lay out some of the reasons why I have low opinions whether the election will take place or not. The first reason is insecurity, especially in Upper Nile region. The same Upper Nile region, there is flooding, which has actually greatly displaced several people. To my neighboring state, that is Unity State, from Mayendit, from Penyajar, most of them have been accommodated in my county, that is Yerulis County, in 3 localities. And when you talk about Jonglei State, most of Jonglei citizens are no longer at their grassroots because of flooding. When we come to general, like Equatorial region, the eastern part of Equatorial is okay, central is okay, but western part of Equatoria is not okay. When we move to the far end of Barkazal, that is Abia area, you will see the issues of Maram, and recently the issue of Abia and Twitch, Mayadit. Generally, insecurity is like increasing every day. That's one reason that give me doubts that maybe election might not take place. Number 2, when you consider this government, the current government, is a huge government, and all the people that actually are constitutional post holders in this government, all of them have interest. And their interest is that they need to enjoy another 2 to 3 years as constitutional post holders. Many MPs are not happy with the elections taking place next year. And all of them want to have their share. So, and that is the most challenging part. There is no political will. All the leaders, especially IO, IG, SOA, OPP, all these people, they have interest at least for the term to be extended for 2 to 3 years so that they can continue looting. And for them, they claim that they are serving the country and they claim that they are maintaining peace. But their intentions is to pay themselves back. Leave alone people like my good brother Peter Kent of PCCA. Leave alone people of NAS, like Equatorial Salvation, that is Salvation Front of Thomas Cirillo. Leave alone like of Real SPLM of Paganamo. Leave alone like of Gerald Paul Malone. All this opposition outside South Sudan, all of them unanimously agree that they are not for election. But their call cannot prevent election to go on. But there is a big threat inside, from the parliament, from the governors, and from whoever is holding government position, because they are not convinced, and they are not even, like, they have no audacity to stand out and campaigns and tell their people that vote for me, I will deliver 1, 2, 3. That is the part of why I think election will not move on. And they will press this button until international community will come in. And remember, my brother Peter and Denkamis, international community also have interest for South Sudan to move in that direction so that they can continue intervening and try to settle it, but they are not doing anything. It is their interest too for the term to be extended so that the country continue in such confusion mood. Back to the reason why I supported election to take place next year, my brother Peter Ken, when we look at our government, is one of the hugest government ever on earth. And when you look at our GDP, is as little, less than even one of the factories here in Western world. And when you look at the income, then we have no income. Our oil was sold out to China up to 2028. And currently the prices of oil in the world market is high. If the oil was not sold out to China, and then government would have been making a lot of money as per now. In fact, they would have even signed new contract with other big world leading countries. Then they would have at least some money. When you look at, we have only two sources of income, the oil and the Nantak revenue. Nantak revenue is where I worked at the National Revenue Authority. And when you look at the National Revenue Authority, there is a lot of money. There is a lot of money to be collected that can pay the entire salary of civil servant of the country. But we don't even raise up to 5 billion SSP or even 10 billion SSP. Only last year, that is where we reach up to 5 billion. But the reason why we don't reach up to 30 or even 25 billion SSP is because of the monster called corruption. Everyone from the top are paying themselves because they have seen no monitoring. Nobody is there to monitor them. Nobody is there to tell them that you are doing wrong. And there is no even system. But lower staff, like normal staff or junior staff, are suffering, like those who have even no job. Looking at our economic aspect, then I can say we suppose, or we better even go for an election. Number one, if we go for an election, we will reduce this bureaucratic government. We will not have 5 vice presidents. We will not have 550 MPs and 100 plus at the state, that is the upper house. And by reducing the huge government, we can be in a position to have a reasonable government that we can maintain, that can even match with our economy. Number two, if we have elections and whoever will be elected will be in the office, we will be in a position to resolve the questions of rebellion. Whoever will rebel against the elected government, that person will be branded as a terrorist, and international community will deal with that person accordingly. If we have elections, whoever will be elected, citizens will have audacity and courage to hold them accountable because we have cast our vote. My MP area will not go and sleep in the parliament without providing services to us, especially the community welfare fund, which is supposed to be allocated to every constituency for their developmental project, like schools and hospitals. I can raise the questions and hold my MP accountable. What are you doing in the parliament? And the most important thing to why we should be having election of the first kind of it will not drastically change the entire situation of South Sudan, but it will give us a clear roadmap. And this clear roadmap, you see, if people are now going for election, I'll give you a simple example. When the acting secretary of the SPLM, Peter Lam, went to Western Barkazal, that is Wow, with his team. They were accommodated in the hotel. And the owners of those hotels earned some money. And their presence in Wow boosted the economy of these people, or the income of the hotel people. They came to Rumbek. Whatever thing they were being welcomed in Rumbek by the governor, through the accommodations, the drinks, and other stuff, boosted the economy of Rumbek, or the income of the local traders and the hotel people. If we go for election, I believe this is the only way the citizen will even test the oil money, which have been accumulated by these leaders for the last 8 years or so. Because they have to commute from area to area. And they will have to facilitate all these jobless youth in Juba, at least to go and campaign for them. And for that, they have to use that money, which they have looted. Number 3, they will also promise the citizen. SPLM, that is the mainstream, will promise, if Kir runs or anybody, they will promise that if you give us this chance, we will deliver services to you. Number 1, they will talk about security, that we will maintain the security. Number 2, we will try to stabilize the economy. Number 3, we will provide road, hospitals, and schools. Out of maybe 10 points of their manifesto, and assumingly if they are going to be elected and assume the office, believe me, they will not fail to implement 10 points of their manifesto. If things are difficultly hard, they can secure only 3 points. And they will use this point to manipulate the mind of citizens in the next elections, knowing that there will be elections after this election. And that is the beauty of democracy, and that is the beauty of election. You have to do something in order to confuse your voters next term, for them to vote for you for second term. And whatever thing that you will do, whether it is tarmac road of 30 kilometers, that will not mean nothing, but it will count to something. By the time, if we have like a frequent election 5 times, we will realize ourselves that we are somewhere. Development is moving without us knowing it. So I supported this election to take place, although we have issues to do with the census. Census can be conducted because we still have time. Security arrangements, which was a big deal from the opposition, at least is now in pipeline. They're working on it. And before the end of next month, probably the security arrangement would have been in place in fully. But census can be conducted like in 1 month. There is a questions of IDPs and refugees. IDPs can vote. They're eligible to vote wherever they are. And I remember in 2010, 2011, during our election, some people voted even in their absentia. And the reason by then we were trying to be independent state. But this time it will not happen that way.
You know what it is. So that's just,
yeah,
that's a process that we
true.
don't want to develop in this. That would be another chaos.
Yeah, that's true. So for me, I believe, looking at the historical aspect, all these countries that gain independence on different time, they went through such challenges that we are going through as South Sudan. But what neutralized those countries are only 2 things. Number 1 is elections. If the country gain independence and positions herself on the right track, especially in the region, Kenya is the best examples anybody can talk in terms of democracy and in terms of development. But they still have corruption. But Kenyan corruption is not naked like ours. For them, they can do something, and then they take whatever thing they take. But for us, we cannot even, I don't know, you cannot even bring a spoon and you are told to purchase building materials. You cannot even buy a spoon. So Kenya, what saved Kenya is because Kenya had never had like a civil war apart from forced violence of 2007, 2008. But when you look at Uganda, with the several coup until Museveni took over, but because Museveni is having his own technique of leading the country, whether people like it or not, that is why Uganda is stable. Whenever the country gain independence or emerge from another country, you need to have a certain modality of governing the people because everyone demand to be a leader. But our president lacked that. Although many people branded him as a dictator, for me, I don't buy that idea. Kir is not a dictator. He's such a humble man who don't even know what he's doing. If Kir was a dictator, believe me, our country would have been on the right track now. Human beings respect only one thing. They fear for their lives. That's why you see Rwanda, benevolent dictator of Kagame, availing services to the citizen and try to eliminate those who are agitating him or interrupting his agenda. But because Kir was like, you want to leave everyone and freedom of speech, all this, and that is why we are in this mess. But it's not bad. But what we are requesting is for them to look at these two issues. Number one, let them try to speed up and set up a modalities on how to address or reduce insecurity. I like how Brother Peter put it before. No any country on earth without insecurity. I was surprised here in New York, Syracuse, last month. They put it on news a line, that is website, that they had like, is it 14 or 12 hours without a death case being reported? And I was shocked, how? And we perceive US to be like heaven in Africa. And in South Sudan, you can even, especially in Juba, you can even have 1 week or 2 weeks without anybody being killed.
Don't forget about execution. Death penalty in America is number one. How many people killed in a year, within a year.
So that tell you that every country have such insecurity, but how you manage it is the way you develop your security apparatus and your policies to deal with such criminals. We all have criminals, every society. And that is why we have law to protect the society from these criminals. Census can be done, insecurity can be reduced. The issue of flood, that is the only issue, flooding. And it will be up on the leaders who want to go to those water side to campaign, because they also need their votes. Those who are in IDPs, especially from Apana region, they can also visit them in their IDPs. And if the areas are peaceful, they can encourage them to go back. If your area is highland, not being affected by the flood. So I've taken much of the time, but these are some of my thoughts, and that is how I look at it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Secretary Majok. That's really good input. Peter Ken, I will yield my microphone to you. And then they commit go back to Peter.
Thank you, Brother Madid. I want to say thank you again, Brother Majok. I always like your argument. in any argument or debate that you make, when you want to make your point with things like this, you have to give, weigh in the advantage or disadvantage. And you have absolutely did that. I agree to most of your point. Before I go there, responding to you, uh, brother Peter Abiel, um, first, you have not talked how the election is going to be run. You just um, and two, it is not about whether President Kiir want to run or not, because he have a constitutional right. If you want to rerun, that's it's up to him. And I don't think it is. And the last thing is up to us, the voters, that will decide whether we want him back or not. So it is not about him whether he can run again. If he decide to run or not run, that's up to him. Voters will decide. People of South Sudan will decide it if we have a reason uh, to give them to bring him back. Um, uh, two, yes, the first thing about what we call democracy in this world is to have a citizen get involved in process of election and decided their leaders. And I have to remind you also, it has to be free and fair. When it is not free and fair, that's where things get out of hand. What I did question was a process. We're having this debate because Peter Boss went to Northern Barkadal, and all we have seen already are posters that said, yeah, the SPLM has a party, Northern Barkadal have already nominated the president. So with that, you are not bringing in, you are not giving people a process. It is not free and fair and balanced. There is no primary so far where if is he the only person that contested in SPLM party in Northern Barkadal? That's a question you can ask. If you have that, is that free and fair now? So I will leave that up. I will not dwell on about it. Next, the issue that we went to, when things, you talk about, how things are good in Juba, and so forth. We have this narrative where we say when things are calm in Juba, we believe that's the whole security in South Sudan. We are not talking about Juba. The reality is, all of us, nobody care about what happened in Juba, because that's what current government think. When things are not going well in Juba, that's when they actually raise their hand and say, "Oh, you know what? There is a problem." We are talking about the whole country. Brother Majuk mentioned all the areas that are actually struggling with insecurity, and that's a concern, and that's why some of us are vocal on having an election when those are taking place. Whether it is going to be extended or not, it is not about whether it is going to be extended or expire. We have extended already twice, and that's not a problem. And we don't see that as a problem if we extend it. Because what we want is to have a conducive environment, because I'm repeating myself, but I will keep raising this question. Is it really safe for me to go and campaign in Pibor or to go and campaign in Lair on behalf of my party BlackBerry? If not, then it is not feasible. So extended it is not a problem. The other issue is we have to weigh in. Let's say it's fine, the election take place. What would you tell those who are still holding the gun? Is it much worse now if they said this election was not inclusive because our members have not participated in election because of security and so. Will President Kiir or whoever is going to be elected, is he going to handle that? Or is it much easier than for Kiir? Because he is now, it's confusing itself. The issue that he is having now is not about Machar anymore. It's about this kind of appeasement or buying people, where he recently went and have a Khartoum agreement with Kirugan. This is the problem here. So all those issues, if he can resolve them before we go for election, that's not a problem. So extending it and he solve all this problem would be more even helpful for him to say, you know what, the current issues, the conflict that we have for the last 10 years, 11 years, I have handled, and there is a security. Now give me a reason to do a development. This could be his advantage. Least but not less, yes, Brother Majuk, absolutely everybody have their own interests, including the members of the parliament. But if we go step by step, we are already behind. It is 17 years, but we are not even talking about the road that is started, 15 years ago, is not even somewhere close anywhere there. If we can do it step by step and make sure the fair thing, instead of general election, the fair thing should be parliamentary election. That will make life easier for us. When we handle a parliamentary election, it is easy now to have a general election, because mixing them now, we have these MPs that are about to lose their job. They will create anything. The insecurity exists more in South Sudan because these people we call MPs or members of parliament who are representing us, they have agenda in Juba, and that agenda, you want to keep your seat. Whatever you can do to kiss President Kiir feet is what you can do, even if it means suffering of your people in your constituency. This is what happened. But if we have that and tackle that issue to determine how many members of the parliament that are we going to have, what sides of the cabinet we need, it is easy to have a general election, where now those opposition that are outside, they are not going to have a voice anymore. Well, will disagree with you, because they have a chance here to go to their constituency and make sure they have elected their members of the parliament. So if you said census is okay, can be done on timely manner, whether it is maybe under 3 months or 2 months, I don't think for me as activists, I don't think I will object to that, because it is a process and it is what we need. It is the process that we need to have at least elected official. So for me, the obstacle that will come having this election way more heavier than having Kir and Machar and those who are still holding the gun come together in a leader spirit and make sure bring a security to South Sudan. Because it is not going to be just only President Kir. If he took off, it's going to bring the security. It is also those who are still outside holding the guns to be a part of the process. Also, that will bring a peace to South Sudan. And that's how I look at it. Otherwise, mostly I agree with Majok. Then Brother Peter Peter Biel and Dan Kamis, because we have to have a process. And if you could remember well, whether it is a coup, what triggered that coup, I'm talking as you, Peter Nyan, because you absolutely believe as a coup. which is nobody can reject that. If it was a coup, the issue was a process. It was a process that SPLM as a party doing that did not go well. And I can see that happen right now, and that's what I took up in Northern Barakadan. It is a process. That means you are about to create another rebellion. You are about to create another problem if you don't have a proper process. And thank you.
Thank you, Peter Ken. Okay, Peter, go ahead and respond. We are about to come.
Comrade Peter Ken, I think Comrade Majuk has, touched in every point some of the things that I left out. And what I like from you, Comrade Majuk, you start the process and you move it from the step. That's very good. Are you from Rochester, New York? I think you know who I am because I went to Rochester many times. So, all right.
He is a new resident. Probably you guys have not met.
I came recently, December last year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I'm based in Syracuse, New York.
Yes, I went to Utica, New York. There was the SPLM activity at that time. I went there. It used to be very active. I was given a chance to lead the activities there. So I thought you were there when I went there. There are a lot of our lost boy from Syracuse went to that conference in Utica, New York, and also in Binghamton. Well, let's go to the topic. Comrade Peter, some of your concern and the point that you have mentioned, I don't disagree with you. I think they are legitimate point, but we have a time to complete it. Comrade Majuk has mentioned the reason why it's not important to attend, because two things that you have when this time is expired, either you attend the current government time, where you're going to have a vice president, consume a lot of budget, you're going to have 500 MP instead of reducing time, as Comrade Majuk said it. Or you're going to have a new elected government that would deal with this situation better than Uncle Kir Mayadi. All about that were in SPLA, new President Kir. And you mentioned something that I agree with you, that impeachment that President Kir, that's what brought all these defectives. Because when you defect and kill more people, President Kir will give you amnesty, and you come back. Let's take David Aoyao. You start killing people around a corner.
No, buy you in. That's not a message. When you give someone, that's not a message anymore. It's buying in. So let not sugarcoat it.
Yeah. Well, I agree with you. I think you're absolutely right on that point, brother. So all of us with Uncle, we disagree with the way that he runs things. Erandi, we give him kind of respect. He's our father. We don't have to be hard on him. Yeah, Daddy. So he has done a lot of good things. Sometimes we need to not typing things. Brother, I think election is the only solution, because based on what I know so far from SPLM leadership, Uncle Kir Mayadi is not going to run. Second things, brother Majuk, I have another idea that I think would work better. I'm looking into, I might go to July, SPLM convention in Juba. I have not decided yet. I'm planning to go because I can go and play, round, can meet with Bankir Mayadi and influence them, because I know all these, top uncle, including Comrade Kwalmanyang, our former governor of Jonglei State. My plan, President Kir is the only member of founder father of the SPLM that is still alive. What I want my party to do is to create a position of prime minister where all different parties can contest. Then President Kir will remain a president. Now, the executive power and everything will be given to prime minister. This is the idea that I talk a lot on social media.
What about
I think that, yeah, this is the only solution that I think is right. Now you have President Kiir, who is very respectful with a man, and you can build only your President Kiir palace. You put him there with his bodyguard, he still have a power. Now tell him the only way you can come and intervene when there is a mess in parliament. Let the prime minister deal with this. You might have prime minister like me. Let me say this, brothers. If Uncle Kiir called me today and say, Peter, I want you to take over, I will stop all these things. Talga is the only thing that can stop University Sudan. Other of Zoraz, Eran Chu Kwal, Amunum, Adam. Then Salam Belba. Uncle Kiir Mayara, we belong there, we belong heaven.
Leben no moy.
Ranchi Kwal Amunum. By the Bible drink. Brother. Lana Uncle Kiir Mayar, in Chu Kwal, we $1 million being here amnesty. And you're still there. The rest of people will do the same thing. And my own opinion, let President Kiir remain as the president. But will be president that will come only the time of ceremony. Let's create a position of prime minister where the all SPLM party can contest. That's where you're going to have the real and fair election. President Kiir will be there. If somebody wants to, let's say if I want to go 2013 and run, and I want to use my connection with the army, if I want to use that connection to have the Banta Koryom promote me, then Kiir will say, no, this is not right. Let's do the right process. Even you, Peter, you agree with me. President Kiir Ranpel, but the only thing he does not force the law. You see, election will move us forward. Election will bring us a new leader that will do the thing that we see Uncle Kilmayar is not doing. This is one of the reasons why I support. Plus, some of the reasons Brother Majok mentioned, then we will go back to the small government that we don't have to spend. All these United Nations sovereign state, there's no country that has by president. It's only the Republic of South Sudan. You see, it will bring us to the normal system of government where we will have one by president. So we want to have by president that consume our budget. The budget that being spent to by president can be used to build road, to build a school, to build Panakim hospital, and all this. Now we have 500 MP, and if you reduce the number, maybe you can bring it down to 100. And arrive at my own opinion, I want to even reduce the number. Each state will have 2 senators, similar to America, so that we have a small number of parliament. And then now you save the money. You can use to build the roads, put the infrastructure in place, build Ramchiel at our capital. You see, those are the things that we can even encourage government. Let Ramchiel be built as our national capital. There's a guy that used to live in Syracuse. If you're from Syracuse, Uncle Randy Ngong Lualiyak, Zola passed away, he's gone to heaven. Uncle Andrew will. When I went to Utica, I went and met him and I talked to him. And he told me during Anya one, the place that he and Gaitut and the rest in Kwaratem chose to be a national capital was Ramchiel. And he explained to me, I've never been to Ramchiel. He told me in Tongajiang, Ramchiel mean it's a station where people meet. And he says some part is Apanal, some part is Bargadel, some part is Equatorial. We need to build that capital. Can we move there? The complaint from Equatoria, land grabbing, is not going to be there. So we will build our capital there. And it is through election when we have a new leader that will move us to Amchiel, Comrade Peter. That's why I support, general election. You, Comrade Peter, you're going to run in Irul or somewhere there for any public office, and you will be elected and come to Juba. Our generation, we need to go to parliament and bring how the Western system of government works. That's why change will come. Because you did the option, a lot of time. You see, I don't agree with the people who want to put Salva Kiir Mayardit away. Let us keep him in the picture as one of our founding fathers for what he has done, during his struggle. And we give him credit. Let's put him as the president without power, because he will love that. He doesn't want even to come to New York. Then our prime minister will run everything. Election can take place. Let's say about security. Now, we have our civilians that use in UNIMIS camp. Those live in UNIMIS camp. You can take, election boxes in the UNIMIS camp. Let them vote. So mostly for us, the diaspora. Also, we can vote, as we did in 2011. You can even take the boxes into refugee camps and let them vote. Now we elect a legitimate president that elected by us, we as citizens of South Sudan. And arrive at it, and I will try to influence that to my party SPLM. Let's create a position of the prime minister that the colleague of SPLM will contest. I hope Bankir Mayar and the rest are listening. I will even send a letter to Secretary General. I will tell him, you need to, let the position of prime minister be created. President Kiir's position will not be elected. He will stay there as the president as long as he's still alive. But the power, the executive power, will be given to prime minister.
Okay, so let us welcome Comrade David Awar.
Madid,
Yes.
I have David Comrade Amor came, and I have question for everyone here on this forum, and it's simple. How do you determine parliamentary? How do you determine how many members of the parliament or the cabinet after general election without having parliamentary election? How would you determine that? How would you reduce that number of the 500? Just by just having.
Concoy, let me.
So I want all of you to answer it, because I'm going to hear from you guys.
Yeah, let me answer this, Comrade Peter. Anybody can come in, including Comrade Majok. Yeah, this is how you're going to determine. When we had the first census in 2009, you can go with that census. You don't even have to. You can do a new one, or you can go with census of 2009. So what you're going to determine, maybe each state will have 5 members of parliament. Let us just come based on the number. Taban Jonglei is the largest state. You can give them more. The smallest state, give them 5. That's how you can determine. It is something that can be done quicker. You don't even need more time to do it. It will not prevent election from moving forward if it's the same determining how you're going to do it. You can even do census in less than 1 month. You just order the commissioner to do that, and they can go ahead and do it. You see, you can even send more team for help. It can be done within less than 1 month. Population turnover seat. You cannot postpone the election because you have not determined it. So that is simple, brother. You determining it, and it can be done. If we agree that's the right thing to do, let's influence our SPLM party at General Convention of July, then they can go do it. Now we still have, more months before election. Let it be done as you said it. Let's determine how many MP will be from each state, and what kind of formula we're going to use, either population or what, or just the name of state. Like in America, each state has 2 members of senators, even the largest state. But Congress, it is based on population. Now California have more than the other, and then the rest of big state. And then that formula can be done in a short period of time. You just want to set up a committee that can go and look into, what system we're going to come up with. I don't think there is no need to postpone election because we don't have that in hand. It can be done, Brother Peter. So that's the only way that we can move forward. So now we're going to have the governor elected. It will not be appointed by a president. And then you will be responsible of your elected governor to make sure that he brings security to Lake State. And then all these, whatever you call it, local administrative that were created will go back to their respective state and let the elected governor deal with them. That's what I can add, Brother Peter, and let the rest can go ahead and add.
Okay, thank you. Kamis, go ahead.
People like Billy Luke need to be here to hear this.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Peter, Dew, and Majuk. Peter, you guys narrated all the topic related to election in very good time. I want to start with the question of statistic, how to determine the numbers of the MPs, the parliament. First of all, that 500 MPs, they are not representing any constituency. They were just plugged in there based on the peace agreement. So if I can say from where I came, our own county, we have a lot of people. Some of people there, we don't even know where they came from, and they are now now wearing their black bear and SPLOA or whatever that their parties are not SPLOA, by the way. So, and they are being recognized in the community events. When there is any event that is conducted in Bor or in Juba, they always there. And if you can ask them what arithmetic numbers they use for them to come in there, you will not train. Nobody can train you. So the number of that 500 MPs is not worried me, and it can be done either way, as my brother Peter already break it down. It can be done either way. That we have the same numbers that the census of the 2008, and census can be done at any time. And we all know that our population is being reduced because of war, maybe. And we are still on production, by the way. We lose people and we produce people at the same time. That can happen. My problem is exact concern you have, and I said it earlier. That huge government need to be get rid of. Five by president, and everybody within that five by president. If one of them is lucky, maybe two or three of the bodyguards or employees are from different areas, not within even the county that one of the vice president come from. Is only his or her own family are in that office of vice president. So the corruption is so huge, and we have to get rid of it. How to get rid of it is to have a legitimate body that is being selected, elected by the public. So, and of course, they will still engage, try to interrupt, not to cooperate with the system, the processing of election, because when all of them will go back to their allocated area where they came from, and luckily some of them may not get elected in those areas. And what will be the alternative for them is to keep people engaged in disagreement. So for them to be reconsidered there, but we have to give it a try. There's nothing that can done itself. You, as a human being, we have to give it a try. So that election, if we give it a try, we will see the difference of that outcome. It may bring some changes, uh, and it will be the first or second election. The one that we done last time, some of them are not correct, like what my brother said earlier. Peter Believe said it was against the law, by the way, for us to vote in the United States and our votes were count. It will not happen in South Sudan again. That's a violation of international law. You cannot vote outside. You have to be in there. At least you are a military that you like American army. If they are deployed in Japan, in Russia, and somewhere during the election, those are only people that are eligible to vote. But if you are going for your own tour, visit somewhere, there's no way you can vote. And it happened. It was a pleasure, a plagiarism, I can call it. But guess what? We are not out. We are not complaining. We got what we want. That's what we wanted to happen. And that's caused Bashir seat too. Bashir accepted to go on with it, and it caused him, it's part of his suffering too. The politics is always back and forth. Coming back to the case of the SPLM, to be honest, the parties, the problem, we do not have parties in South Sudan. We have a tribal militias that are could just organize themselves, and I can be in head of my family, and my family would be call them a party. That's one of the issue that I think that's why our election will always going to be so difficult to determine what way to conduct it. Because we do not have a registered parties like those Soma and SPLM. Really, I call it the fake SPLM in a way. We can't just entertain nonsense. It doesn't make sense. What Pagana mom have over there? The SPLM, the real SPLM is in Juba. How will you be a real SPLM and you are not the founder of the party? The founder of that party, Salva Kiir, is there in Juba, and where I could on all the journals that were there. So, and you can call it SPLM, fake SPLM. So those people, they are not registered. They just engage the citizen to keep interrupting the process to move on, and they are not part of the system. The same with Uncle Malong. His party is not registered. All of them. There is chances they will come back. They will come back to the SPLM, and I don't know if they will get chances because I myself, then I'm here. I'm not allowed somebody to come again and push me back. I want to be on top too. So there is political vacuuming is going to take place in our party here at the same time. Okay, that's it. Look like that's how people climb up in South Sudan. So the system of the SPLM, how they're going to conduct the referendum, I mean election, who is going to lead the SPLM ticket for the upcoming election. It's not a big deal if you are not part of the SPLM. It's not bothering you because it's not going to take South Sudan back to war. It will be SPLM themselves. If they disagree, they will complain. Whoever complain. That's all. And if you are in your own constituency and you are part of the SPLM and you want to contest with others, if you are defeated, you are defeated. That's all. The SPLM name will not bring you up. You have to go back to the line because you already been defeated. That's how it works. It seemed to me there's no difficulties and there's no reason we have to be panic about it. It's a party issue. we are talking about the government. I don't really like, to be honest. The government is so huge, and they have to be get rid of, but by election. Number two, if you don't want an election, there's a possibility that you are extended President Kiir term again, and at the same time you are the one that complaining that President Kiir is not doing anything. Then what can we do as a citizen? We is right here. We just look like we are stuck in the middle of not making a decision, a right decision to move forward. That's one of the. Uh, the third I can say about the prime minister position, my brother Peter, it can be a good idea, and I believe we were during the peace negotiation back in Addis Ababa, it was part of it, and it did not work because the position of prime minister. Riek Machar, when try again to desert his position vice president, and he want to be a prime minister so he can be overall of everything. Since he's encountered President Kiir, that's another mess. But it could be a best alternative in the future if the election is not taking place. Who knows? So other issues, international communities, yes, they are engaging South Sudan, and that's why you see some of them, they are pushing for election to be conducted. Some of them are just working behind the scene, try to interrupt the election not to move forward. So there's a lot of agreement that are out there that people of South Sudan are suffering and they do not know what's going on. Only that's why why the government is always in trouble, because the government is dealing with a lot of people that want to grab South Sudan resources by any means, and that to keep them, even the United Nations, the UNIMIS itself in South Sudan is one of the obstacles. That is actually the peace will not come to South Sudan if the citizens are not patient enough. They are playing a big role try to dismantle any legitimate process that can be done in South Sudan. All our roads are blocked through individual interests and outsiders' interests. That's what I can say. There's nothing wrong with postponing the election, but I'm sure those who don't want President Kiir, what is their position? What are they going to say? Maybe they will rebel again. They will be supported by the neighbor, the nearest countries that are uh, interesting in South Sudan to continue with the war, so they can enrich themselves. That's another part of it. So and everything is coming up on every time, and this is what I can say. Um, Development sometimes we have to differentiate the process or the system. The development and the government are totally different. It can be done if the country is safe. I myself, if I have my $10,000 and I can be able to do anything with it, that's part of the development. Only the insecurity that our country is in crisis, a tribal crisis, community fight. Those are the issues that need to be taken down. If we got rid of those, um, if we got rid of those issues of tribal fight and a lot of militias in the country, the development will be okay. The road it doesn't want us to take a long, maybe 20 to 30 years. No, it can be done at any time. Look what happened. Bor Malakar Road. It's not progressing now. Is that the government don't want it? No, it's because the South Sudanese themselves sabotage the development of that road to go on the way to Bor, on the way to Malakal, and they went and lobby for the company that is actually that signed the contract to um, to work on that construction. So for the international community to pressure them and put them and give them a sanction. So now what is happening there? Is that a problem of the government? It's problem of the South Sudanese themselves. The citizen, those are seeking for they are seeking for the presidency are making causing a lot of damage too to the citizens themselves, and we are supporting them. We don't even know what happened. That construction would have exceeded already, but what happened now? They are under sanction, so everything had to stop. It's good sometimes when we talk, we know exactly what we are looking for and what we're going to do in the future. Okay, something that did not happen last time, long ago. Why don't we just try something that we have not ever tried before? It will make our life easy instead of doing time, complaining, try to put pressure on the wrong position. This is what happening. Only one seat, there's President Kiir seat. But what about we the citizens? What are we going to do? There is possibility here. There's five of us in this platform here, and maybe two or three of us one of us may come minister of something tomorrow, and you end up taking the same money. You're going to introduce the same corruption because the system has to be set. Those we are supporting now were part of the corruption. And when you are mentioned somebody name, one of the citizens almost can even kill you because you have mentioned that person's name. And he was part of the corruption. That means we lost all of us, we lost the direction, and we do not know where we are going. It's because we never had a government before. We just assume the government can be anyone. The government can feed anyone at any time. The government can build your own house, can pay your own school fees. That's the mentality that we have. It's not surprise. People that have never had the same privilege, we are thinking that, oh, we came to the West, we are in other part of the country, that's how system work. But my friend, it's not easy. It's easy to talk outside, but when you are in there, things may change. The company that you apply, and if you accept it, given to go and work, you do not know how they're going to. It's not going to be the same job that you used to do with the other company. That's why you have to go under orientation every time you are hired. So somebody opened the mic. Thank you. I want to stop there. Maybe I took long, but to me, it's better. It's better. It's very peaceful, and there's nothing wrong with it. But I'm not answering anything about the SPLM, because if you are not a part of the SPLM, there's nothing to worry about it. Let's just worry about the election for the whole country. That's all.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. I think we are coming to an end to our show. Before we do that,
Madin, I want to
yeah.
hear from Brother Majuk if he's there. What is the
Okay.
process of eliminating that 500 MP when we just go for a general election? How do you resolve that? Brother Majuk, I would love to hear your answer.
What is? I didn't. Your network cut off. What is the question again?
The question is, you said you want to get rid of that 500 MPs and that big cabinet in the world. How do you reduce that? What is the process of reducing that? You can't just go for a general election and say that's it. How do you determine the numbers?
Well, to answer
Okay,
that question,
I already answered it. Here,
yeah, you already did.
I said
Then
when
you
the
don't have to
election
repeat
is
yourself.
conducted.
I want to hear from Brother Majuk if he have maybe if he have.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. No problem. I already said we will have only one vice president, and the MPs will come from the constituencies. That's my answer to you. Some of them, they we don't even know where they come from. They come from the bush and something like that. Go ahead.
Yeah, Majuk, you can
I
open
think
your mic.
Majuk have a network problem, Majuk. Or take your earphone off. I think that's why. Do you guys hear
Okay.
him?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Am I clear now?
Yes.
Or you are not getting me?
Yes, loud and
No, you
clear.
good now.
Loud and clear.
I hope I'm clear, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Actually, I will start with the
I think Zeb, to join the internet where you at, I think there is a network issues.
We can't hear you, Majok. You are having a network
idea
connection.
Let him check his
suggestions
connection.
by
Maybe he
brother
have
Peter
Wi-Fi. If he have
Bill.
Wi-Fi, is one of the problems.
Okay. I think he's having a network connection.
Can you drop him and bring him back, Madid?
Let me try.
Yeah, that would be better.
And none is not there. Let me drop his back. No. Now you got two opening. Let me kick this one out. Then bring the other one in. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I had a network issue.
Yeah, now it's good.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, your question, Peter Ken, was like, how are we going to determine the number of MPs if we go for election, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Actually, if we look at the counties.
Also, while you are doing that, try to let us know too. What do the archives said about this?
Okay. Yeah, thank you. When we look at South Sudan constitutions and how the Legislative Assembly was formed from 2005 transitional period of 6 years up to elections periods of 2011 independent time up to 2013, South Sudan, we were having 170 MPs. And these 170 MPs was driven, the formula was actually driven from all other political parties. The SPLM, and we had what we call the SPLM-DC, the one of Blem. We had the one of South Sudan Democratic Front, or Forum of Ile Lumoro. We have a quite number of parties. But when we look at the constituencies which were presented during election, my entire county was represented by one person. That was Yerul East. The Church constituency was represented by Honorable Matotut. And Awarial County, if I'm not wrong, and you will correct me here, Peter Ken, was represented by I'm forgetting his name, Honorable Awarial Aluang. Literally, it can tell you that maybe the constituency were equated to counties. And South Sudan now have 79 counties. 79 counties. So if we are to resolve the questions of how are we going to get rid of these 550 MPs of the National Assembly, which is the lower house, and then 100 plus MPs at the upper house, which is the Senate, that is of Council of State. We can look back to the old constituencies because we have reverted back from 32 state to 10 state and 3 administrative areas. We can look at those constituencies, and those constituencies people have to contest. If the IO is going to register itself as a political party to run against the main SPLM stream headed by President Salva Kiir, then whoever was appointed through SPLM ticket, because SPLM, according to the article, they have 128 or 26 MPs. So all these MPs from IO, whoever come from IO ticket in a certain locality or constituency will compete with the members of the parliament from that constituency. And they have to convince the constituency level people to vote for them. Whoever will win the ticket, of course, will come to the parliament representing that area, whether he's from IO, whether from OPP, whether from other political parties, or even from SOA, or any party. So if we look at the constituencies which were represented during our election 2010, then we will not have problems. And all these people have to go to the grassroots level, convince them, then they will be voted in. Now the church, which was represented by 1 MP, we are now having almost around 5 or 4 MPs representing only one constituency. And I'm glad my brother Denkamis put it clearly that these people were not elected, they were appointed. Literally, all the constituencies in South Sudan have nobody to represent them, including all of us who are talking here. We have nobody to hold accountable. We have no MPs now. Those that we voted in 2010 are no longer even vocal to articulate our issues, which means the people who have voice now are the parties who appointed them to the parliament. And these are the people that they will represent their interests greatly. Let me give you this example. When Dr. Riak went to the launching of Jonglei Canal project resumption, and he made his PowerPoint presentation, some of his MPs, which he appointed, even from my area, came out of that launching and start shouting, yes, Jonglei Canal is the only solution, and it is the only developmental project that we have to champion, without even looking at the consequences that come alongside Jonglei Canal resumption. And that tells you that the MPs we have now are representing nobody, but they're representing their bosses who appointed them to the parliament. That is how I look at it, Peter Ken. We can revert back to our old constituencies as South Sudan. And people have to compete based on your constituency. Assuming from Denkamis constituency or from your constituency as Peter Ken, you may be having 3 from IO or 2, and you may be having 3 or 1 from main SPLM. You may be having only 1 person from OPP and SOA. Total could be 5 representing a Warial constituency. These people have to go back with their party's ticket to go and campaigns in a Warial constituency. Convince them whoever will be voted in by the Awarial citizen, this person will carry the day, and it will remain as the MP or representative of the Awarial constituency. Through that, we will be doing away with the four. Four will lose and one will win. So that is how I look at it on how we can determine the number of MPs. Back to the issue of census. I don't suggest us or the government to use 2008 census, because 2008 census was not home engineered process. It was literally engineered by Sudan, and Sudan was at the war front to champions and determine the census. But for us to determine actually our own population as South Sudanese, we need to have a census which is a home engineers process being conducted by South Sudanese and being analyzed by South Sudanese and determined by South Sudanese. And for us having that census, it will also give us, and it will also do away with the issues of rigging, because people will campaign knowing the people that they are campaigning for.
Oh, telephone by Majoga Jiria. But I think it looked like he muted himself.
Yes. Anyway, I'm happy that I hear all your side. The reason I asked you guys, because we have a peace agreement and everything is processed, and I will be hypocrite if I just ask you and do not give you my side on how it's supposed to be done. I believe the peace agreement elaborated that the first thing should be a census and parliamentary, because with the parliamentary, this is where there are the people that are going to read write the constitution and how the process will go on up to general election. That's why I asked you guys. But my joke, you not very far away. If that's we go back to and say, you know what, whether 5 of you came from the same constituency, we are going back to 2011 interim constitution, then it is fine. But I believe the peace that we peace agreement that, or the article that we said, let maintain it, stipulate that this is the first process that should come first, a parliamentary, because and then they have to write a constitution and the constitution has to be set up. That's why I ask you guys, how do you get rid of this? Because that's what is being stipulated in that agreement. But anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are coming to close. Peter Noon. Go ahead, Majoki.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to wrap it up. If you look at it, Peter Ken, there is also a column of amendment in the agreement. If they agree unanimously that they will go for an election, and then the parliamentarians now, the 550 MPs, will have a session. They have to sit and they amend the Electoral Act according to the agreement. Whether they are going to create more constituencies out of the previous and old constituencies, then that will be upon the MPs to do that. And MPs will know it best on how to deal with the issues of constituencies and how parliamentarians will be elected. To conclude with the suggestion which was given by my brother, Bill Peter, you are very right, because your suggestions is good, having a prime minister position. You say it, and believe me, my brother, in the near future, it will be created. Reason being, South Sudanese love to be leaders. And for them to be leaders, they assume that you cannot be a leader at your own capacity. The only thing they know is for you to have a political position. And that is why sometimes Arab gave us a very dirty analogy by saying, if you put a chair at the sunny weather, and then you put another chair at the chat, and then you invite a South Sudanese to choose where he will sit, and then you will call him bandit, and then he will choose to go and sit under the sun because they love to be leaders. So that analogy from Arabs, basically they were directing it to Dinka, if I'm not wrong, because it's Dinka is use of calling people bandit. So prime minister position will be created, and it will help us it will help these power greedy politicians to have room. If we have president, the vice
Like this
president,
way,
Huh?
turn your
How?
camera sideways.
I don't know.
rotate your camera.
Oh,
Dal.
rotate it.
Yeah,
How you do that?
to remove the two dark. Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Rotate it again.
No, but not by yes. Rotate it out.
Okay. So if we have president, the vice president, and then prime minister and the deputy prime minister, then this position will accommodate 4 people already. Out of 6 presidency members, only 2 people will be out. But the prime minister position will accommodate 2, the prime minister and the deputy prime minister, which will also help us. We will accommodate them. It is a good suggestion, and they will consider it. Because if Kenyans had issues during the late President Moi Kibaki regime until they created prime minister position, then believe me, South Sudan will embrace that, because we are good at copy from our neighbors. And you will see this on the street naming in Juba. They name all the streets with the letters from 1, 2, 3, 4. Like street number 21, street number 2, street number 4, street number 5. But my question is, why can't we name streets under our fallen heroes, especially those leaders who fought for that country? Naming the street through their names, our children will learn. By going to school, they will say, I'm standing at Dr. Majerga Street. The visitors who will come to South Sudan will ask, who is this guy being a street name after him? Then whoever will be close to that guest or a visitor of South Sudan will explain. And from there, our history will always be there. But we copy that. Someone told me that we copy that naming of a street from Ethiopia. So I guess actually your suggestion is very genuine, and it will also resolve some of the issues regarding to the power struggling and the recognition of the politician. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
Okay, thank you, Majuk and Peter Ken. Peter, now let us give a chance to David Amori having a network issues. We keep coming in and off. David Amori, if you can hear me, open your mic. You can give your welcome, Dwala, get to the show.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, is Peter Amor or myself?
No, it's David Amor.
Oh, David Amor.
Yeah.
I know David Amor.
Yeah.
David Amor.
Thank you.
Yeah, if
Actually,
you
I
can
have
hear me,
an
give us the insight.
Yes, you can hear me.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, I do hear you. But can you also hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madit, and the rest in the studio and other viewers. Yeah. Sorry.
it's already something to 5. I mean, something to 6 in the morning in Kampala, and all of what you are saying, they are good uh, opinions. They are all good opinions, simple because
Alma, you right?
it is, it is not too late. It is not too late. I hope, Madid, you are hearing me.
Yes, we are hearing you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. It is not too late for us to brainstorm and try to follow up the chart or the schedules on the peace agreement in our country. First of all, whether there should be an election or no, it gave us two ways of either saying no or saying yes. But the question is the lifespan of the peace agreement that has brought in all these political scenarios is of a more or less running down to the line of finishing, because the question will be, if the revitalized peace agreement period elapses, which documents are we going to use to give us the legitimate uh, legitimacy on how we should run the country again? Because the interim period talks about elections. But before I go into that issue, we had our own constitution, the interim constitution, 2010 to 2011. That interim constitution is not being followed, if I can say so. As per now, everything talks about the peace agreement. So the peace parties will have to use, or will have to get a mechanism, like what Majuk said. If, but there is no any chapter left for them either to say we have to retain this. What will they use? They will not refer to the peace agreement again, nor should they go and cite the abundant constitution. The only legitimate way for them to renew their political lifespan is for them to go by election, because there is no any other way. They will not use the abundant constitution, the interim, the interim constitution, nor will they use any other document to give them a legitimacy to remain in their positions. The only thing that will help them out is for them to, there is no any other transition to be made, because running down into the finishing line of the peace agreement, that mean what will keep them into the power again must come through election. And that election, you will have the electoral laws that must be passed by this 500 and whatever number in the parliament. They must pass the electoral laws. They must pass the act, the electoral laws. The electoral acts, and then they have to pass also the security act based on the implementation of their peace agreement. And by doing so, the only line or any lifespan that will bring them back to the parliament will be only through election. Now, if they don't do that and the agreement elapses, I don't have any clue whether they will go back to war in order to sign a new agreement. I don't know. Or should they have to do what? To give them a legitimacy. Otherwise, it is not a question of who want election and who doesn't want election. It is a question of whether we do it. If we do it, much more better for those who will be elected shall come back to the parliament and elect the highest. If not so, if they fail to go for election, the agreement will elapse and they can only choose one way, of which is too expensive at some point. Nobody will accept it, that they should hand over the power to the army, and the army will call for a fresh election of the people or the populace. So this is the question that people are facing now. But I, for one, would rather opt for them with little time remain to go in and try in their parliaments to try to pass, to study and try to debate this act, the electoral act by this parliament, the security, the council of the states. You should also have to pressurize, or both of them, the two houses, have to sit down and find a way to get out of the dead end. Because the road is going to end for the ARCs. So what will they use again? There shall be no vice president. The only person who will remain there maybe will be President Kiir, by the virtue of him being an executive. And the rest who came in using the ARCs, the revitalized peace agreement tickets or cards, will have to leave. Either they go back to their bushes to start a new war in order for them to sign a new one, a new agreement to give them a legitimacy, or else they should go to go and beg for votes. I think that is the only way. Coming to the other question of what do we do, because we have a number of parliamentarians who are contesting or who are representing maybe uh, a geographical constituency. It will depend on what the act will say, the electoral act. Otherwise, it is a big confusion right now. Like what Makur was saying, that for instance, in Yang alone is a geographical constituency for Church. That is an example. Has about 4 MPs from different political parties. Now, if they contest these 4 members, and you only have one constituency seat according to the 2011 interim constitution of South Sudan, maybe, I don't know, because that equation will be debated by the same parliamentarian or by the same electoral laws that are going to be enacted. Because I don't see, unless if some of them declare themselves independent. But also, if you are independent, you must also have a traditional political party that you need to oppose. Otherwise, you will not be allowed. So let us wait and see what will these electoral laws, which are now on the hands of parliamentarians, will talk about. And it is a big dilemma because you get the MPs, most of them were elected, were appointed by the members of these political party, warring parties. I don't call them political parties because they are not yet registered in any way. They are just rebels, or let me just not break up anything. Let me just be at least in a diplomatic way. Otherwise, we still have a long way to go. As Peter Kenya heard him talking about it. Because the question is, if you won in Yang, for example, and your party is not registered, whether you are from SOA or you will be from what, except the SPLM mainstream, as they wanted to call it, and that is a great confusion. If this act will give them a time to register as a real political parties, will also details the number of their political supporters as per the total geographical constituency voting mechanism. That one will come from the parliament. For the other issue, whether we can create a position of a prime minister, yes, but what type of prime minister are we creating? Because there are two. I heard Blue was saying that Salva Kiir should accept that position, given a mansion, given some money to go home. Now, what will his party say? His party, the SPLM, will they allow him to just get a bribe and go home? Or will they say, no, you have to remain in politics? And this is the question that majority of the aspirants who would want to buy for tickets to join the power strugglers in South Sudan should first answer. Is it your own will as a person to become a power struggler, or is there a party that really want you to play their game, their political game? So I don't know if I'm still talking to you because I'm worried my network might
All
have blocked me before talking to myself.
right. No,
We
you
are
are not talking.
we are listening, David. We are all listening.
You
Okay,
loud,
okay.
clear.
Okay, then I'm glad. Okay,
Yeah,
very good. So,
yeah.
yes, I'm worried I might be talking to myself when the network is gone, you know. So, these are the dilemmas of what the peace agreement has brought to us. And that is why we need an ample time, because right now the parties cannot go and sit in Juba or in Khartoum before they deliberate on the ending style of their political match. What will they
So,
tell the AU? What will they?
Comrade Amora,
Yes.
I see your party.
Mm.
I see acting secretary, Comrade Peter Lambert, and the other secretarians. They are
Peter
in
Lambo there.
Yeah, they are in Barbuza
He's
right
going
now.
around with the campaign.
Yeah, they are campaigning.
Mm.
So, and I see there are
No,
will
they are
doesn't.
in Unity State today. They went to Unity
Yeah.
State today.
So, and I see that will they already nominate President Salva Kiir to be a presidential candidate for election 2023. So, my question to you as one of the government official, and an SPLM member, why SPLM party are the one running campaigning for election 2023 and the other party are not out there?
Comrade Abraham, let me have this. There's something that Brother David didn't get correct from me, and let me make it very clear to him. Then he can answer it together if you listen to me. You quote me, I didn't say that Salva Kiir will be given money and go. That is not what I suggest. I suggest that the position of prime minister will be created. Then President Kiir will remain as the president. I did not say any money. So I just want to make that point very clear. And
Okay. Okay. Then I'm
yeah,
sorry. I didn't hear you properly.
yeah. That's why I want to clear
Believe
it.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear you properly. I'm sorry for that.
Yeah. That was Master Michael.
Thank you. Thank you for clearing it.
Yeah.
I'm
So
sorry.
it's
I'm
good.
sorry.
No. And jam the chipping. You jam the pay. When I can a position prime minister be your created.
It's
President
okay.
Kir Bingo the binder. Yeah, go
No, it's
ahead.
all right. Yeah. Let Madid finish. I'm sorry for that.
Yeah, go ahead, answer that question that I asked.
Yes, Madid, go ahead.
Okay, did you hear my question or not yet?
Abraham.
Okay, he cannot hear me. Okay, David, can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Now, to clear no, you repeat your question. We stopped at Lambot. Now I can hear you.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, I
Okay,
can hear
so
you.
okay, I'm asking. My question is why your party is doing a campaign,
Hello,
yani
Abraham.
campaign. Oh, he's not hearing me. Okay, David, it sound like you are not
Hello.
hearing me. Okay, you have it.
Telephone
David,
okay, I think his network is repeating itself.
yeah. Okay, I will leave it that way. So his network is not. Okay, let us move.
No, I'm hearing you.
David. Okay, you can hear me. Let me mute everybody.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I can hear you.
Okay. So my question to you, David, I was
No,
asking you.
Abraham, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Okay, David,
Now,
you cannot hear me.
David, can you hear Abraham?
Now, Abraham. Yes, I can
Okay,
hear you. Can I go ahead? Can I go ahead?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Dwalajan, you can go ahead. He's
Now,
having a network issues.
yes, Abraham.
Madid, I suggest that you can drop him and try to bring him back because his
Okay.
network is actually repeating itself.
In
It
that
is receiving your
position,
message late.
Let me. Okay, David, Dwalajan, you can go ahead.
Don't let you go down, Male. Long time.
Male, Dwalajan.
What that thing, man?
Male, Dwalajan, Jinitin.
Unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself, Dwalajan.
People who are on the line there, I am Dalarjin. Very quickly, I heard you are talking about the election. Well, for our people, you need to know this. What is this kind of election? And people of South Sudan need to understand whether there will be election or no election. I'm telling you now, according to what I have actually researched and what I know about election in South Sudan, there is no possibility of the election taking place in South Sudan. Simply because, the leaders who has messed up the country, they are actually still in power. And it is impossible for any election to run smoothly. If the people or maybe these leaders, because a lot of our people population anyway, they are not in the country. They are refugees. Some of them are internally displaced, so they will not vote. Those refugees will not vote. And those internally displaced people will also not vote. And most of the opposition who are now rebel outside and opposition inside the government, all of them, they will not participate in the election. So what is going to happen is this: if the leaders who are in power force this to have election, then what they will do, what I know is going to happen, is that we will go back to war because of what they will. And when we go back to war, because they will impose that because people will be intimidated by the gunpowder, and when they are intimidated, they will have actually being maybe upset and maybe feel like they're going to back to war. The other thing that will take people to war is the corruption in the election, because this party, SPLM, will be the only single party, and they will try to do corruption. And therefore, if any at all, there will be a forceful election, just that the South Sudanese citizen should know that it is a calling back to a fully scale war in the country. That is one. And the second thing is that we don't have a political space right now in South Sudan. Most of the politicians, they are outside the country. And some of them who are weighing war outside the country are inside, but they are in the liberated areas. So this will be very difficult for a country to go to election. And remember, South Sudan is not a democratic country. So this one alone will prevent the people, even the ruling party, to go to election. There is no election for a country that is not a democratic. They don't usually go to election. So even if they will talk now about election, when it will be at a time, will be very close for the people, or the time of election, they can bring up something that you and I maybe is not aware about it right now. So something can happen that will come up. That is because countries that are not democratic, usually they are unpredicted. So that one alone will prevent the election. And of course, you know, if this thing continue happen, people, the population get intimidated, and a lot of corruption. The government will do a lot of corruption, including looting the public money. And this one here, you know, it will be very hard for anything to organize. Even the international supporters that may say, okay, we're going to run election, they will stop right away. So they will just push and think about how to get a solution. So what I'm talking here is that you know, the solution to our country right now, I think should not be talking about the election when the leaders, those leaders who is for the country, are still in power. The only thing we can talk about right now, I think, is to make sure that the opposition, all the opposition, should make an ally. Those who are armed and the non-armed opposition, they should make an ally and demand that Salva Kiir and his own cabinet should exit the power. This should be clear to all the country, all the state, all the 10 states. They should make it clear that the only way we can have peaceful country, is that Salva Kiir and his own cabinet, including Riek Machar or whoever is there, whoever is cabinet working with Kiir, they should exit the power. That will give us a political space to actually to discuss peace and to discuss what a democratic country means. And when we understand that, then we will know how elections are actually run. The other thing is that we need to push right now to be talking about accountability and responsibility, because there will be no election without accountability for the thing that happened in our country. You know, the killing that has happened, many innocent has been killed. We can't have peace. That's why the peace is not going through. Just simply because these people who are killed, they don't have justice, and even their blood is demanding justice by themselves. So we will never have peace or election, for those who actually are not aware about why we don't have election or we cannot have peace in the country. It's simply because we don't have accountability and we don't have justice in the country. So this one alone, we cannot have nothing. Simply because, so now if we have something we can talk about, we need to push the accountability of these innocent people. We have to push that there should be people who actually participate in the killing of innocent people should be accountable. And the only way they can be accountable is one of the chapter in the peace agreement that talk about hybrid court. So we need to actually to be advocate for hybrid court to be established in the country. So the hybrid court can have a power of identifying the people who have committed this crime, whether they are committed in Jonglei State or in Bentiu or in Bor or in Wau or in Juba itself. These people have to be identified. So the hybrid court can have a power of trying those individuals. So if Salva Kiir is identified, Riek Machar identified, because most of these most of these actually atrocity that were committed in Juba, there was already commanders that already been identified by the African report, by the AAU report, by IGAD, by the UN, and our country is actually trying to protect these people because simply they have gunpowder. There are commanders have been named, especially in the genocide of the Nuer in Juba. People like, I think, Paul Malong has been named in that one. People like Marial Chinor is one of them. They are in the blacklist. And Bola Kot, I think most of the general that were operating in Juba, inside Juba, they are named. So if these people are brought in court, I believe they will find out actually who have committed this genocide in Juba. We can have some commanders like those of James Kang was named in some of the genocide in Bentiu, because some of the Denka Ruweng are claiming also there was genocide happening in Bentiu. These people, they need to be questioned. There should be a question. And then we are sorry now, since Gadet is not here, he has passed away. So those of Bor who are claiming that there was a genocide in Bor, we don't have Gadet because they have Gadet has been named in those things, but Gadet is not alive right now. So what I'm saying is this: is that there is a huge genocide in our country. So in order, by talking about election, is actually we are being ignorant about what happened to our people. What we should be advocate right now is to try to bring in this court to be established, push those leaders, if we have a power, for the court to be actually be established, and then the court will try all the people who are being identified, and then Salva Kiir and Riek Machar, probably there has not been any report identify them because, you know, it's because of the immunity. The immunity, because the UN don't talk about them, they usually talk about their general. But they know who ordered the general. For example, if Bola Code is named in Juba genocide, and he's a general, who ordered him? He's under Kiir, right? So Kiir, they don't name Kiir in any of these reports that I read. But the problem is because of immunity. So this immunity can only be tackled by these, as demanding the South Sudan should demand Kiir to exit the power. And that is why we will have a space for politics, for election, and for the peaceful country. But otherwise, we're not going to have any election. So forget about that. So that is what I wanted to mention you and to share with you guys, because I see you talking about things that are not seem to have have a solution.
You sound like you are going to DC rally.
No. I don't believe DC rally is a solution. I will, if there will be a rally of South Sudanese people in Juba or in Malakal, in Wau, those rally, they are the one that can make impact in the life of our people, but not the DC.
Well, well, stay tuned then. You got me. Stay tuned.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yes, I have a question for Don Lergen. I have two questions for you. You're talking about justice. Since you are a philosophy doctor, you are PhD, you are PhD holder. I heard that before. Do you know the difference between justice and right? The right and justice, do you know that they are different? They are not the same. Are you aware of that? That's my question to you.
Yes, I'm very aware of what it means for a justice.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, when we talk of justice, we are talking about the law itself. So we are talking about being fair in what actually mistake has been done to somebody else, being fair to what happened to our people or ourselves, and being fair for judgment. That's what we mean by justice. Okay, a right, you can have a right of of something. You can have maybe a right as a citizen of South Sudan, maybe a right to vote, or maybe a right to have a land in the country. So these are totally different. When we talk of justice, we are talking of being fair in everything we do to our people. That is a law. But for the right is a right of being entitled to think. So the reason people confuse them is because sometimes, you know, when you deny somebody
Okay.
right, then the justice come in. The justice will say,
Okay. Okay.
no,
I will.
this is
You already answered me. I'll stop you
okay.
from there. The
Okay.
reason I'm asking you, I want you to identify what we are talking about here. What we are discussing here. We are discussing election. Is that the right or is that the justice?
Well, election, you know, election is not a right and it's not a justice. That
What
is
is
what
it then?
you need to know. Election is actually, it is what I will explain it. It is a process where individual or people in a country can choose who they want to be a leader. That is the process. Is not a right. It's a process. So in this process, there can be a right of who to participate in choosing the leader. So that is why when you maybe, or there can be, we can say everybody should participate, or some specific people should participate in choosing the leader in this process. So the process itself is an election. The act of choosing the people is still is what they are referring as an election. Okay, but individual who
Okay.
participate, these are the citizens of the country participating in the
Abraham,
in this process.
Okay.
Abraham,
Yeah, I don't want to dominate the discussion.
No, your questions are
But
really very
yeah,
good.
my question, part of it is not been. You did not answer it. Election is
please,
a right.
Let
Election
me
is a
ask him
right.
you
It's
different
bring
not
me
a
question.
back.
justice.
Let me ask him a different question.
Can
Okay.
I ask him different
Yeah,
question?
I'm asking the host. So I just want to make sure Madid is hearing us. So we don't want to make the room to be like a little chaos. That's why.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. Let
Oh,
us.
okay. The election, election is a right. It's not a justice. That's why I was asking you, and it seemed like you lost in the middle there. Maybe my brothers here, they will correct me later if I'm wrong. So you're
Okay.
mixing all this. You're talking about justice and something that in relevant with the election. And I know the hybrid is code is being said there, and I don't know who are the hybrid code. Are they going from coming from somewhere, or are they going to be the same South Sudanese? That it will be determined when it when it comes to that chapter. But the last one, I want to ask you, who was the chief of staff in 2013?
Yeah, I think everybody knows the Hebrew stuff. I don't need to explain it. It was by then when the war
No,
happened. It was when it was.
you have to explain it. The reason I'm asking is
Yeah, it
this:
was. It was.
you mentioned Paul Malone.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, guys, let us stop that way. Let me give the chance to
Okay,
others. Yeah, we
okay, I
know.
mute myself.
Peter Blue, do you want to have a question to Dwalajan?
Yes. I want to. I hope I did not mute myself. You hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. General Largens, Twine had one of the things that Comrade Ding Kamis said. You know, you are a political science major. I know your education background. When any kind of process, political process which allows citizens to engage and participate, it is a process. It's a democratic process which lead to election. In a political science, it is the right of the citizens to engage or participate in the political process, which lead to election. That is by itself is a right. This is why in any democratic country where the authoritarian leader take over, won't even allow election. They will say this country being run by autocrat and won't even allow election. But when civilians are discussing things like as we are discussing, an involved process, that is their right. That is your right as a citizen of South Sudan. That is one of the things that SPLM was formed, because North Sudan did not allow us as South Sudanese Christian to participate in a political process, in election, determining who is going to be the next president. That's why John Garang and his colleague decided to form SPLM. I would agree with Brother Dinkamis. Yes, participation and election, it is a right. But the way you said it, yes, it's a process. Engagement and process is a part of process. But election, I mean, you go and vote, it is your right as a citizen. So I just want to clarify that part and thank.
Yeah, Peter, a democratic process is one of the, in America here is a class by itself, and you can do it for 3 months. So the reason is they made a class is because it involves a lot of things. Voting alone is a process. So when we talk of voting as a right, I will agree, because but when we talk of election as in general, this is a whole process that include a lot of things. So voting is one of them, where actually you go and choose, because individual go to choose a leader. That's why it is a right, is your right to choose who you want to be a leader. That is a right. And there are some right within election process. There's even a right to freedom of assembly, where people caucus. So it's also one of the right that we don't have in our country in South Sudan. You cannot assemble right now about talking about election if you are not part of the SPLM. So that is either they will consider you a rebel or something else. So that's why we are saying that those are the right people could be taught, right of freedom. In America here, we have even a right of petition as president. Like if Salva Kiir has killed people, if it is a democratic country, people can petition. Like that means that you can sign some paper, and if the signatories are so many to the extent of maybe some thousand, even 500,000, then the parliament can actually impeach him, and he can just be out, exit the power. This thing, we don't have them in our country. The reason is we don't have because the country is run through gunpowder. And that is why we have the war. So the gunpowder is that if the leader actually impose himself by gunpowder, so that means a lot of people are actually trying to even get rid of him through gunpowder. And this is a process that you will be seeing for several years and several generations. It's not a simple thing, because people don't understand it. They think it's going to end tomorrow. No. You may think if election is run today and then this one is going to end. No. The election actually will make it worse, because election with these leaders in power can really be dangerous even than the past. Okay? So I will say it will actually be very peaceful for us to even ask them to exit the power first before we talk about election. Maybe something like what I'm assuming is that something like what happened in Khartoum might happen in South Sudan.
Dr. Large, let me ask you a question again. I think your point is clear. How do you going to tell them? sometimes Riek is not, I think you're aware of position that Riek is in than the rest of the people that are listening. Riek is not Riek of 2013. It's a different kind of Riek that has reduced himself down, that he has abandoned his supporter by choosing the way that he plays politics. He's not a threat based on what I know when it comes to military, but is still well known as a former vice president and is connected. So he still has the political crowd and support, but he does not have the military support anymore. Riek is not a threat like the way he was when he used to have that I will follow him. So his threat is reduced. I don't see any problem on that. The only concern that I would have, if Riek is still controlling IO forces, I would worry a lot if he failed to win the election that he might start war again. But Riek has no authority. When the declassification of his coup was announced 3 weeks ago, if Riek was still Riek that has power, he would have started fight. But the people that surrounded him in Juba were President Kiir or President Kiir bodyguard that are still with him today. So Riek is not Riek that we all know. They used to have, 1,000 of bodyguard that are loyal to him can fight. Now is the people who protect him is President Kiir that protect him. So if I were him, he would even try to rebuild his relation with President Kiir, so that President Kiir, when the time is expired, can give him something else. So Riek is not a threat. It's not easy in continent of Africa to tell somebody that has army, that has power to step aside. Let me tell you the mistake. Give you a good example. You look when the West went to Libya, removed dictator Colonel Gaddafi, and brought somebody that they think would work well with them. That person doesn't have support of army. What happened? American ambassador was killed in the capital. Something would not have happened if dictator Gaddafi was the president. It was something that our country regret, of removing that dictator. So it is not easy in a third world country to remove somebody that has the huge military force. It has been tried. The person that would have defeated Salva Kiir military was Riek, because Riek has enormous, civilian that he mobilized, mostly white army, that were fighting, kid that he mobilized fighting on his behalf. And what have he done? He failed. Do you think if you are very smart or anybody very smart in politics, you would know Salva Kiir will not be defeated militarily? What will defeat Salva Kiir will come within Kiir group, will never come from outside. So supporting election, Kiir is a very good person as a human being. Trying to convince him, and based on what I heard, there's somebody wrote a comment earlier that President Kiir said, as long as this piece is implemented, he wants to retire. He wants, to go and enjoy his time. He's not happy being a president because that job is very stressful for somebody that is in his age. So those of us, people who do not support election or do not even support peace, are the ones that want to prolong the suffering of people of South Sudan. If we embrace this peace, if all this opposition join the peace agreement, then next year would have free and fair election. Because for me, as a person that has background in investigation, I will not assume things will not go well until I see it happen and take a note of it and said, okay, this is wrong and this. Because in investigation, you have to have a case in order to investigate it. We cannot assume that, this is a country never had election, the election will go wrong. That is totally wrong in my understanding. So there's no threat that I see from those two gentlemen. What we need to do as a diaspora, let us unite. Our unity can send a strong signal of unity back home, and then we will have fair election, and then we'll tell them it's a time for you to step aside. When they step aside, now we have a new leadership. Our country can set up a hybrid court that would investigate those who involved in crimes. You see, there were a lot of things, bad things that happened. You see, but those things will be investigated after this period over. We have a new leadership, somebody who will be neutral. And then from there, the expert of judge will be set at the hybrid court of South Sudan that will investigate all the cities that crime did happen, from Bor, from Bentiu, and to Melakal. Those crimes in Juba will be investigated. So right now, let us focus how we get out of the mess that we are in. And the only way we get out of it is through election. With this huge government that we are wasting money. So how are we going to go back to the lean, small government? Is through fair election. And thank
you. Peter, let me give me a second, okay? Peter, let me actually say this one to Peter. There's a lot of people actually do not understand the dynamic of the war in our country. And sometimes most people, these people, they think about Riek Machar. Let me tell you, if you look at even the war itself, in the one that is started in 2013, okay? Most of the genesis of this war, they didn't happen from around Riek Machar. For instance, in Jonglei, it was Peter Gadet. So it's not in Apanal was James Kang. It was Garud Garpot and James Kang in Unity State. So if you look at this individual, Riek Machar was out of equation. He is just, we can just say, like an opportunist or somebody who is lucky to just get the leadership. But the actual war, like what you're saying, he doesn't have force. How will you say somebody who has about 9 cantonment sites across the country, and you saying he doesn't have the force? So I don't think even this guy, anyone will agree with you later on, Mr. Peter. What we want to understand is this, okay? The dynamic of the war has shifted itself. This is my understanding, that the war right now is going to shift to a new rebel faction. As you have seen now from Equatoria, we have NAS. NAS didn't have to exist. So it's a new rebel faction. We have South Sudan United Force from Malongawan, was not there before. So it's a new emerging faction. We are going to have a lot of new faction if your what your assumption is that Riek Machar has signed an agreement, but you could I will agree with you if you could say Riek Machar and any other actually rebel leader who has been in the SPLA for a long time, right now, it is their time now that their body maybe don't like uniform anymore. So they want to be in a suit and they want to relax and they want maybe probably to ask for their right of retirement. That's why they are in Juba. So somebody like Riek now is not, don't think about him like wearing uniform again. Then that's not logic, because even if you go to Bush, it's not going to function. So what you should be thinking about is that this war I'm talking is a dynamic war. Even most of you will not understand it unless you go through some political sign or what. There is a shift in war in our country. It's going to happen. So there will be a new rebellion. There will be new allies of rebel, and there will be even new political force. So likely, Salva Kiir himself, he may be forced by even the allies within Juba. And I will agree with you, for him, it will be a good choice for him to say, Ya Jama, I am whole and I just want to retire. In that way, he's going to get the word. Even from people like me, we can advocate for any other forces or the law for him to be forgiven. If he actually think about the way you are thinking. That now I am very old. I just want to go home and leave the power. That one,
Okay.
it will make sense. So that is the only
Okay.
way. But otherwise, we let's not assume Riek has that Riek now is signed peace. There is no threat. There are 9 cantonment sites as we are talking right now, full
Okay.
of arms. They have everything, but Riek
So
just abandoned them.
let me move to now. We are running out of time. You go ahead. So this should be the last round, guys. So I have this will be the last round. Go ahead, Majuk.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Abraham. Lord Young, I salute you, Kwermedit,
Yeah, Male.
Peter Bill, and Denkamis, plus Peter Ken. Yeah, I will start with the issue of Dal saying that the regime, the entire Juba regime, have to exit for us to have a peaceful country and have a peaceful election. I don't think whether the entire regime can exit within a single time, unless there is a coup d'etat. And when we look at one example has been given by my brother Peter of Libya. What happened in Libya is what everybody is regretting about, including even the dead Libyan. And when you look at what is happening in Sudan, I was in Khartoum 2019, the month of January to the month of February. And when people are actually staging demonstration, Arab or Sudanese people were so much eager to do away with Bashir so that they can have a new heaven. They were having a lot of hope that if they do away with Bashir, everything will be like water of the Nile flowing. And unfortunately, the assumption of the entire country turned out to be different. Up to now, there are other Sudanese people who are reconsidering that it was better when Bashir was in the position or in the leadership. When you look at Congo, Dal, you know it very well. See, 1963, when UN started taking over Congo, like what is happening in South Sudan, the UN keeping forces. If you calculate the years, is over almost 50 something, and nothing have changed in Congo leadership. Literally, I'm saying this idea of us saying maybe the entire leadership have to exit the power, start way from the President Salva Kiir up to the last man of his government. I don't think whether it's a good idea. Peter Biarajak mentioned it in the year 2018 to 2019 when he was interviewed by KTN in Kenya, where he came up with a generational exit. For them to leave power and go on peacefully is impossible. And it is a nightmare dream. And for them to be forced out of the power through violence or through coup, believe me, South Sudan will be in Libya positions or Syria. Because we South Sudanese, we are very complex and dynamic human beings. How we see issues is completely different. That is how I look at it. For them, they will exit power through election. whoever will be elected, why I say through election, if South Sudanese are genuinely in the quest of transformation, they entirely advocate for an election. Because election will reduce the government, as we said earlier, and elections, whoever will rebel, it will reduce the number of rebellion. You have counted them nicely and correctly, Dol, the rebel group. And who is the father of rebellion in that country? Is Dr. Riak. These people embrace this idea from him, that you have to rebel for you to be rewarded. That's why you see Nas. And it is true, I agree with you, that there is paradigm shift of the conflict, which is very true. What is happening in Lair, I'm worried that the Nuer nation is turning itself against each other. And that trickled down to what Peter said before, that Riak has lost ground. New rebellion will also emerge. It will not end with Malong or Nas. There are other people in Juba, as you put it, who will rebel. Because the government tried to bring many people on board, but at the end of the day, if these people find out that they have nothing to eat and they have no portion of their share, then the only solution is to rebel. And the only faction that give me worried is Kiriguang faction. Kiriguang factions, if they don't see their plate on the desk, then believe me, because those guys, they are giant in that area of Upper Nile, and they have army. They can rebel, and they can fight with the entire regime of the agreement, including Riek and Kir. So for us, I look at it, elections can resolve the issues. You have talked about chapter 5, that is accountability. That is true, and everyone is aware that whoever have committed atrocities which were committed during the crisis must be held accountable. But how do you approach this idea of hybrid court? If you look at the current political situation is very tense. People are not settled, and the water is still muddy. Because if you impose now the hybrid court, believe me, those who will be indicted and convicted will rebel automatically. Others might join us if they don't have forces. Others might join or form their own rebellion faction. To my perspective, I'm looking at it, these people have to be given a chance to relax, forget about the past, and people have to approach the elections. After elections, whoever will be in power will use whatever in his powers or jurisdictions to bring these people to justice or to book. When the army is integrated, you mentioned 9 cantonment areas of Riek Machar, and government is having its own cantonment areas, mixed with the SOA and OPP. And my questions, are you aware that all these cantonment areas are 90% or even 60% of them are civilian who were just recruited recently? Recently, most of them are students, others are just mere civilian. Motani. But what kind of modalities government is using with IO and other political parties to integrate this army, to have the national army voice? That is another question. Because they will not stand for the nation. They will always look up to their bosses. whether we integrate them several times. But if we have elections, election will neutralize everything. It will do away with the rampant and numerous degrees which have brought us to this level, presidential degrees. President Kiir will not have powers, or Riek Machar will become president, or Wan Iga to remove my governor of Lagos State. We can go on demonstration and we can use whatever responsibility or power of the citizen that we have voted for this person. It will not be like 2010 elections. There are several advantages of going for elections more than disadvantages. But of course, we are not saying that there are no disadvantages. Disadvantages are there. But we are looking at the possibilities on how we can address the issue of South Sudan one and for all, at least with a certain level of maturity. Thank you. I rest my case here.
Thank you, Brother Mjok. You put it very well. I agree with you. The election is the only way.
Can I interject to Maker?
You will come,
Majok.
You will come.
Okay.
You can get me, hang on. So I agree with you, because election is the only way that we can stop all of this. Dola just mentioned about NAS. Even last week or 2 weeks ago, I see there is a news that is out there that there are 200 military forces. They joined the government. So NAS is going down. They will join the government. So the only opposition that people can worry or government can worry is Kitwang. Kitwang, that the one who now we see they're having peace. But the other that you mentioned, they don't have peace. Peter Ken. So let's give you the chance to wade in, and then we move, and then we should be
Okay, I think
I'm going to leave. I'm going to work tomorrow morning. Let the peace be with you, and nice to see you. Huh?
Peter,
it's gonna be just less than. I'm gonna be less than a minute or so. Well, thanks. Thank you all. The Largin, Peter Belio, Majuk, and Dan Kamis, also the BOS. Well, I try to stay away from all these Kir and Machar living, because that's what I am advocating for, and because our topic was earlier today was is it possible to do with election? If I would have mentioned that, probably, I would have been taken already, because I have made up my mind. This is where I stand. Maybe people will not understand my position. But since the Largent had brought it up, it is absolutely right. We South Sudanese, we are totally different from the rest of the Arab world that had their Arab Spring and other uprising. So it is contrary to say, if we did the same thing, we will fall on the line with them. Absolutely not. We will not. The problem with Sudan, they did it successfully. Instead of continuing with what they want, they decided to give in and make sure the military take over. That was the issue with Sudan. And if we do the same thing, it might happen. I mean, if we do the same thing and make sure the military doesn't take over, then we are not going to be the same with them. The reason I am one of those people that advocating and went to see Machar, 2 of them completely gone. I don't care about the rest of their government. The reason is being because a lot of atrocity have taken place, but there are people who are bitter and very bitter on both sides, whether a Kir supporter or a Machar supporter. And let's take this an example. If we do election today, let's say the SPLM party win, and SPLM, they are already putting Kir in a ticket, you are going to have people that are really, really, really bitter. they will be thinking, the same thing that happened is going to happen in next few years. And you will see people are going to hold the gun and they are going to hold back to say, we are not part of the process, because Kir is being blamed by everybody. People that think Kir is too soft, that's why the things went out of his hand. And people that think Kir only like to buy people in, and that's a problem. And here there are people that are really, 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 they believe it is everything in South Sudan is that is chaos, especially when we talk about term of rebellion. They say Riek is a founding father of rebellion in Junub Sudan. No matter what happened, it's going to rebel. So, and seeing Kir coming to, seeing Riek coming to the power, you have people that are bitter, believe that, their whole entire family were actually wiped out by Machar. So you see people will hold back. So having two of them, gentlemen, exit from the power will be a blessing to South Sudan. So who is going to hold out saying that, whoever new liberty, it doesn't matter if they are out and SPLM today, appointed, elected someone to present them. It doesn't matter what political party you're in, because you are not going to have a grudge with that person because it's not a Kir or Riek. But having Riek regardless of what. And this is what we know. As we know so far, there is no, let's say we are going for election today. You will not see any political party, a person from different party, win and campaign and say, the SPLM party, the party of President Kiir, they are greedy, they have embezzled, and that person not ending up going in a jail. That means it is not a conducive environment. You have to have that conducive environment where you have to challenge your opponents without being harassed. But you cannot do that right now in South Sudan. I don't see any of us here on this platform will raise his hand and say, yeah, it is absolutely. You can go and campaign anywhere else and try to challenge other party without being harassed. No, let's be honest. It is a true honest. It comes from bottom of my heart. I don't care about anyone who is a leader in South Sudan, because I'm not running for any political office, whether it is a local or national. No, but it is the fact. It is how we feel as Junubin and how this war or this conflict have affected us. It is that simple. So having Kir right now, or anybody, or Machar who is going to be a leader, you will see it's more devastating. Those who are still holding out there, they are going to hold out and say, you know what? It is the same Kir that we have for the last 17 years. It is the same Machar that we have for the last 17 years. For the next 4 years, why would you have to believe you when you can do it in 17 years?
Okay.
And if two of them go, it is absolutely, I think Junubin will unite behind anyone. Even if any of you here on the board become on this screen become a leader, yes, Junubin will unite behind you. But I don't see Junubin united behind either Kir or Machar at all. It is that simple. And believe me, we are talking today. What is the date today? We are talking today on the 29th. But in next 2 years, remind me on this day if I am lying, if any of them become a leader.
Okay, my question to you, Peter, yes, I understand your position. But are you saying that Kir and Riek, they have to go? They are the problem. But what about their inside the group, their circle? Because the government of Kir, he have his own cabinet, and Riek, he have his own cabinet, and all of these, they surrounding with these people, and these people are the one who making the decision making. Like President Kir, for example, you see now everything will be cooked, and then they will bring that paper for Kir to sign, and then make a degree. You see, so for them to go, what about the inside the cabinet, inside their kitchen, or are you saying they're going
to? Thank you, Brother Madi. This is what happened within the presidential. because we have this system of appointing and this system of degree where you are not elected. So there is a conflict of interest, and that's the problem. The SPLM as a party have an issue because people go and lobby around. If we today advise the president, you have a group that need a position that will go with the country and say, but if if they go today, that thing is not going to happen because definitely the technocrat government will be appointed and they go for election, and that system is not going to be there. So there is no chance where people are going to be lingering around, try to lobby against each other, which is what is happening now with President Kiir, where a group come on the left side and say, Madid ku Biel and also what they are trying to do here, it's going to get him in trouble. And Kiir will be like, oops, if that's the case, and tomorrow, but that's not going to be there. So, and simply, it is just a matter of trust, because entire Junub Sudan, two of them, they are not trusted by Junubin. I might be wrong if I say 50-50. There is 50% that trust President Kiir, and trust
Peter.
Machar.
I think
hang on. This my next comment is going to you, Peter and Waladjan. You mentioned about what is going on in Northern Sudan when the citizen came out and do uprising and they overthrow the Bashir government. And now after Bashir, what happened? And you confirm that South Sudan will not be like Northern Sudan. Yeah, something you missed here, brother Peter Ken. South Sudan, we have something called tribalism in the country, and this is what brings this war. We are so divided based on our tribal line right
and
now.
Madid, I'm not cutting you. And we are based behind Machar and Kiir, and that's the biggest problem.
That's where I'm coming in. That's where I'm coming from. That's where I'm driving my point.
Correct. That's right.
So this is the problem. If you want to solve the issues of South Sudan, let's solve the issues of tribalism here. Because we are so divided, there are people who are following Riek Machar, there are people who follow President Salva Kiir Mayardit, and there are people following Thomas Rilo and Malongawan, you see? Because of the title and the name. But if we Sudanese, we citizens of South Sudan, as we are talking on this platform, if we come like this, you say, okay, with the citizen, we got enough. We are not longer to follow these leaders. These leaders have to go. We have to choose our own new leaders to come and lead us. You see? That change that you're looking for, Peter Ken, will come. But that's not the case. That's not the case. How you can see our debate in social media here, especially in diaspora. In diaspora, that's so divided into the point that we're supposed to be the ringleader that brings change in South Sudan. So that point alone, you guys are missing that. So
good night, yeah, Jama.
Okay, yeah, good night, Peter. So that is the point that you guys are missing. So I will make my statement short. If we tackle that things, then the country, South Sudan as a country, the peace will come, stability will come, development that we want will come. But if we just talk about the only two leaders up here, the leader cannot function without grassroots their supporters. So that's what the point that I would make. Thank you.
Yeah, Peter.
So,
Peter.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Peter. I totally agree with your point that we have tribalism, and that is what I have been talking all years. But my brother, let me tell you this: a lot of our people here, they know that Kiir and Riek Machar are the problem. Even our military, those forces, even the tribal society, our ethnic tribe in South Sudan, They know the problem is Riek and Salva Kiir. Now, they also wanted these leaders to exit the power. But the problem is that they don't know how to do it. That is the problem, you know. So here we are here actually to try to tell you some of the strategies in which these leaders can get out without actually us killing ourselves. That is why we are here. For example, you know, Peter has just talked about that he agreed that these leaders should be exit. But you know how they do it is like the history, the whole history of which was told between the Nuer and the Denka, the whole history that there is a rat and the cat. So you know the rats, they think they have a problem, and when they sit down, so they decide that they come with a solution that they need a bell, so that when the rat come to them, and then they will hear, they will tie it on the neck of a rat, and when the rat come to eat them, they will hear it, and then they can
on the cat, not rat, cat.
On the cat, yes. So now the rat, you know, they were wondering, they already figured out the solution, but they are wondering how to do it. And then everybody say, oh, no, it's not me. So do it. No, I cannot, it's not me. That's what we are right now. We already agree Salva and Kiir are the problem. We already see the problem now. But now, how can they exit is the question now. Everybody is backward. So this is the way. I think if all the South Sudanese should focus on the things that are common to them. For example, the killing of the people, the genocide of Nuer in Juba. Nobody like it, whether you are a Denka, you are Equatoria, or you are a Shuluk. The massacre of Denka in Bor, in Bentiu, nobody like it. Right now, there is things that are going on in Equatoria. We call them genocide or massacre according to it can be investigated. All this type of killing on tribal line is not acceptable in the country. So if we capitalize on this, if our media, our society, our elders, chief and villages, they capitalize on this and demand that justice has to be actually done for this thing. Of course, what will happen is that there will be a point where Riek Machar will identify on his side, he will identify some commanders. I know that. And then he will exclude himself. Then the same thing to Kiir, going to identify some commanders. And now when the action comes and these commanders are arrested, do you know what will happen? Most of these commanders, the same our soldiers who are protecting Kiir and Riek now, they will go against them. You see? So that is how you change the society. But when we are relaxed on this major thing, that's why they have they will play us for a long time. So my brothers, what I want you to do now is that let us not be like the rat who have seen the solution, but they don't know how to do it. The only way to do it, let us push that the accountability should happen. Then Salva Kiir will say, oh no, I did not kill people. Bola Kut did it, Marial Shinor did it, Paul Malone. He's going to name a lot of generals, like the way they identify them. Okay, but no arrest has been done. And then Riek will be asked, and then he's going to, oh, Peter Gadid, is James Kong, is so-and-so, maybe Garoz Garquat. Okay, these people, and then now the warrant will go, they will be indicted. Okay, so when they are indicted, those soldiers, they will meet in Bielpam without informing Salva Kiir or Riek Machar. And they will come with their own solution. Okay, so that is how exit power can actually, they can exit power. This is my opinion, and that's what I think can actually bring in the end to tribalism. Because when we have a new leader in the country, then the new leader will come with a program. Like myself, I have a program to end tribalism in the country. And I say that I will do it by integrating the fighting tribe. So that is already clear when if I'm given a chance or somebody else or maybe Kamis come tomorrow as a leader of South Sudan, he's going to have an agenda of ending tribalism. But I don't think Kir or Riek will do it. So thank you.
Thank you, Dolajan. Denga Miss, 2 minutes. We have less than 6 minutes. Go ahead, put your last statement in, Denga Miss.
All right, thank you. It was a wonderful discussion. Don Legend is gone, and I was going to ask the question to my brother Peter and Don Legend, but Don Legend is already very clear. His position is to fight. It's actually waging war. That's what he said when he started his argument that the opposition have to arm opposition and unarmed opposition put their hand together and wage war again. The government that is the transitional government. That was his first statement, and I know Dollar Gen already. So what he said here is not what he's going to say in other room later. That's that's who we are. Um, it's very interesting when my brother Peter said we have to Machar and President Kiir have to go or must go, and they are not they are the problem, and nobody want them. And this red T-shirt here, I don't think it's going to go anywhere in South Sudan. So the SPLM, the founding mother and father, and
Then you are
it's going
getting
to
out
be
there. I did not say anything about SPLM. I said Kir and Machar.
just
So if you
calm
talk about
down.
SPLM, include Machar, include whatever IO so far. It is a part of SPLM as well. Just because when anybody create acronym, it doesn't mean so. I did not say SPLM.
Don't get
I mean, I'm
don't get
talking
panicked
about
yet.
only Kir and Machar.
Denga Miss.
After all, I'm a member
okay,
of SPLM, and nobody can take that away from me.
That's the wrong T-shirt. That's not as well a T-shirt. We have a black on the side.
It's a red anyway. The SPLM is red. So don't get panicked anyway. Don't get panicked yet, Peter. What I'm trying to say here, I'm talking on the side of President Kiir, because you want two of them to leave, and what I'm trying to say why I'm saying this red T-shirt is not going to go anywhere because President Kiir, if he leave today, the SPLM relieve him, then they will have another person. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And the objective of him go, that was my question, but we don't have enough time. I was going to ask you, okay, what about if we have Dr. James Wane Ega today, or General Kwan today, or Nyandeng Nyal? Will you have any problem?
Absolutely,
So
I will.
it's
I will not
because
have. I will not have a problem.
oh, okay, then okay, then Salva Kiir have no problem. Then you don't want Salva Kiir to go because they is a part of that party, and its structure
You know,
goes
I
from
will
all the way
make
to them.
a ring for you two to come and fight.
Yeah,
Why not?
yeah.
Yes, here you go.
Those are and Kwal already has told Kir, you know what? We had enough. We are old. We can't do anything. We have to go exit. You know what happened? They are being blackmailed, and they are
There's
trying.
nothing
They are
happened.
trying to be told. They are trying to be. Uh, they are trying to be kind
Okay.
of
Okay.
portray that
Let
you
me
know they
finish
want Kir to
my
go.
time,
But it
Peter.
is a simple fact. If I was one of them, I would be in the
Yeah.
same position because how long are we going to stay in the power?
Let me
That's a
finish
question
my
I should ask
time if you
myself.
don't mind.
Yeah, building your time. You guys will be let the other people
Yeah,
come.
this is what I'm trying to say. Those are called uh, um, the backdoor discussion. Whatever they said there, they are the party. yes, they can give their advice, their advices to President Kiir. There's nothing wrong. The opinion can be said, but they do not come public. That's the kind of accusation that being brand on them. Sometimes I don't buy it because none of them came public to announce that President Kiir have to go. I did not hear that. Um, mm, to answer the online question that uh, Peter Gadet is already dead, he cannot be charged, and he forget that the governor of Jonglei State, it came from the party that led by late Peter Gadet. So the charges can be found against him too. And the citizen of Jonglei State, they know the guy where he came from, but to buy peace, people were actually come and let him take the lead of Jonglei State. And there were some people that were so bitter about it. So it's not a case. We are talking about the right of the citizen here, how to bring peace and unity and conduct the election. So for the country to go back in a smooth transitioning, that's what we're talking about here. And when we talk about justice, justice is different from justice is different from a right. That's why I was asking him earlier about this. Try to mix them up. Justice is only based on the individual who commit crime, but the right of the citizen based on their vote to exercise their voting right. And that's what I can say. I don't want to take long. It was a very good discussion, and I believe our conclusion here, based on our democratic discussion, majority of us agree that the election is the solution to our problem. Based on my statistics, I might be wrong. Yeah, I know you're not going to be happy with it, Peter, but that's how democratic works. I rest my case.
Okay, thank you, Deka Vincent.
Just,
Okay,
just because you and Peter and Miam are dying out of President Kiir, it doesn't translate. That's the public opinion. Majoga and I are here are independent, and we somehow have a different opinion, but at least we kind of. But if that because the platform has more majority, then that's okay.
okay, let us give this
No,
chance to
no,
David.
I did not say they are supporting President Kiir. I said, based on our discussion, the majority of us here agree that the election is alternative to our problem. That's what I said. So
Our
if you
followers, those
don't
who are watching
want,
too, they
if
don't
you not
agree.
support, if you are not supporting President Kiir, it's your choice. No
Whenever,
problem. It's your right.
whenever it's done. Okay, David Moore, are you there? David, just open your mic. Okay,
Hello,
so
Abraham.
yes, yeah, we can hear you. So put in your last word. Hey, David.
Okay,
His
okay.
network is torturing
If
him.
you can hear me,
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, we can hear you. We are just listening. We don't want to interrupt you.
uh, okay. Uh, Once again, I just want to say, ko kena we belwel tong monjang, anang ko juaj, ping ping den, eke road ping ka koi kok, real, real wel karo, kudun chala pioj, dun tukul dun chilatin, binila pojtin, kulor la be, kichin format, kichin research, en chaloy, kulor la be, kulor lanin wij bi koi ben luitin, ken chibai raj. Achin ran right. Kwachiran pot. Len ben welwen ke wel ke chiang kabai. Awal haja dollar jin kujala nuar kok ke ben. It shows it. Aben kulele the killing of Nuer. Nuer were not angels in Juba. They themselves too have killed others. I got knock cake. So it should not be a question whenever people come to discuss issues that has affected people. If you ask them as Nuer, where are they standing right now? Garwe chupo ke kong chupo ke riek chupo ke ngade chupo ke ngek. The question na chogalon bi cake bi ka yok wek junub kin ke Nuero bi ton cake. Nuero bi ton cake Nuer bi ke la bay. Because we actually booked it. The word len ke kitong jat ke nim junub de ne ke ting ti chi te ke tiangen junub den rot na bi ben le ke ka jai ti men ran chol dollar jin jam tio gan jemen kan chere jam runon ke chi ko pol ko ngor ke la bay screen ni ten content duor so ke te work shows ko loy ran ya ke bay ya ke lege le yina wo wa no discussion do kan ben dol ni do ko bula dom to ti jam ko jal election che right kada ene tukulo chen latin tukul politics chen jalatin kule elections yo ke che right achan bi kwany or brander kwany ran wi piandu kuran wi ran wijin bagro kwany enin chen right kwenin tilebena justice engwe ko lo kodi ichini kwal tichiran po dak lanada koj ke chichwet ka chi dila koche wen ke ngada po en po dak ngwe ko lo ko de chen right ke den kamis chelech ko jala ko kun ke kitie ke ko chiri dollar jin ku de choli bol ngadia tie ke ben ke continuation of leftover wars ke ben jami ko ga chi dak te ke we dak we ko to diaspora ko to bai ten ho dak when the question e ga ke kimin tong war lo rot pani cho ler tong kan ngu be tor e tong ko chol che gei ku jala katang adok ku jal che gei lo dok a chi jal do pani chol dior bala yerul town I mean shambe lo yerul town 75 miles in le ko ron nok tin ka rabi mantin ko ra la tor bi e ko mon jeng ke bela lo bi ke la nok ke nwer they have to decide either bi lo ko dong ku chol junub jël bi ka ken lok lo ke rut ku bi junub lok jël bi ka ken loy ko ja diop ke chin gi chi loy ye the killing of Nuer the killing of Nuer in Juba were they angels because they have killed people too agu che rieng nam de ka che yige salva kir have kill o nga chi kir me har ja kang tengro u ko gar men ke chi ko kom no ko jai be warga ku chi tan ko chi ko no hybrid code de ne kulel kene hybrid code eleven way in international law there is no a clause a jam ko wundo kala bi ko kumu net unless na cha kuma den kujala koje pane tichike gam kulwel so and so kachia reaching out of our court kukachike wachike watch aya wajwen ke nongi jigban foreigners kachinok kuyiga country chin ka ngajwetin kwache kang mufrut biran to kanyai otherwise kayed just simple code kula might the proxy international law enga e might kuna ke lot kule chan ke chol international law ko en hybrid code the good question can when chiden kamis tie kuloke koy ke hybrid code yak ka lwel judges kon ka ikla ban we bigla ban pano kagwe nanong discussion don yak law you have to be strict to no ko ben chimana man kawon jam ke achiben nyaay ra chiben la ka de bia ka den le jam ku en chin show den cha kang ting ko loy ke yi gai bol ka ken ye ka loya ka ken nar mufrut ba ke chol mujamala bag nyaay jam ka bai in medit che wek nyu saat ku kalam fare gran loben la ka bi ben jamalo ku yi kan ku yi ga ku yi nga no ekran leken kede ran bag leken kede because wek waga che toys guru ya ka ta internet a che guru je e ka gamwe ga kumat ngege lo lu tude na le ka ke tak ku ti chen ba nyang tin ka lo ka chiera liri bi ko ka jam chimen man jaman ka we e ka pa dare ten kan chan bo be ping kwa che ko lo ben biran ka lo ben ku ke ni chu bi jami en wi ben jami ka le ke le yina jal yu we ben ko det ku gura er ka po ton jam ke men a che ke te mo ku yi wa en abukir me ar jala yog men je wan bijala yog le yin ki bila yog ngui la to chan bijala yog le yin le jal ko yin a che ma de ke yin ko ngwen jal ko chi ko no nge chi gam a ke ka che lo bila dek pen ke riek has got a tendency in supporters le nyang wei e ke chi cha ke yin be cha ke riek cha la le we bok to ka le nyang wei ku le jal bala dong to ni modu a chi jog minin e runo e tariek den kana la jal ko loy ko different stuff en len la luiti en ke ko yo kan so once again we acha ka lech ko akolo twen do ka dak non ko ji jamun ti mun ran ti ti jwen ku le la we wa acha le bu pol back chat ya america ga dual citizenship ku jala australia ku wot ko e ngule bi pen or ba go lom ticket ku bar ba na election po do lo kin ba pa ba mu le chat mu war cho referendum chat ke kene ya ke shows ko lo ke strict ko wen la ben big show ben tani ku inga wek wache judges wale aka kan muzato ko majunubi most of you are like even door large na yen ja yen no political science ku en wede kwaran ben no his own or her own knowledge but ti chikan la ben ke ka wen ka ba kin tan ro ku ba ping ko ke leg ngui e jamu en jem ko tin ka jem ke wen akan ka dia ko hill is it possible le bu ko lo chwet na chi lo la lo ngako lo bi ko lo chwet chi akuma ku jala parliamentarian chi ko gwir en a question ne jam ke wen achiran chi jam a liu tin ko chiran chi jam ka to tin ko chiran chi jam ana bi liu achiran chi lo we en lo wel ka be tin ra ni chol dollar jin be show don ben raji wo dai bu ka dang wo diverted e kun lo el ke ya ka den yin no ra chi no ke bo ka pe pan ne le ke chin ko chi ka nok ju no we ke en I'm sorry. Ko balo ba jam tuang jam. But still, modes of communication anyway. Na no ran che ping ke de bujave la wari twen. Wek yak rotit. Na no kudo ne ka jam. We ka jam. Kusada ka kanok ko gala ru ko gala nin ke chak jam. Kubaka bentawa lyric doke nonsense konton. Doke konton. Ache wek bijunu ben la bay wek rot. Yak nyu wek rot bas na jam ka. Yak jam na no bang entotin ke ber ke. Question on che tiejin medit. In jam ngu chi banye SPLM chen law belela consulting the grassroots kwe ko latin biala lulan self akiri chok endorse. Achine candidate they endorse ke electoral process ke biya tim go. Achero loy. Kene just ay kene na chi lo loy kene kaya ko yun alo posting in social media. First of all, a National Liberation Council ngor ke nyuch kubijal kwany kubayo yin election kaga chi pia tim ko ke in broja jot ba in flag bearer da ngor ke lo in that process chiranji and a member tinene kin National Liberation Council ka je yi ko lo campaign ku yi go ga ken lo loy ku yi kir me har chu kwany chene yen no amendment bukang ben including that too including yin numde bukang jam tungde BTH by the NLC, which is the parliament of the party, of which I'm a member. About TH, in non in real, below koi ka word ka. Kana madakan. Kayen koi go alone preliminaries. Preliminaries, rallies ka party, are preliminaries. Actually revisiting the programs. Be grassroots, be koi train, because koi ajito even in the party, kwa ke replace. Oganong ko juajaret ke members of NLC, ko members of political bureau, ko members of bomas, ko structures ke na churur wide. In a question in ranechol lambot, ku yen che entitled, we are endorsing a flag bearer of a party. A National Liberation Council in a law. A National Liberation Council in law, ke schedule ke ban bay in a national forum ko che party na nongi na kuma junub in ko chol kule ko ala chet ha che parties ke gelwe akuma junub ne lwel kule le period de jitok be mandate be updated kadi be legitimacy bunya it ni sharp kadi bi wa chol ban ke party e jol ban ko ke kule party ke ban ko ke kule let us renew our political legitimacy. Akuma ne lo kujal party jolo unde ibn ko da ya tikin ka chol ko ambaru ko bini wit ke ko jwen ke gwire na ke ja nga wi yut nga ache yine lo ko ro dom ran ko nga ke yut no achen de kene na no ko chi ke le tak ke rod political bureau ba kang yu National Liberation Council e kang yu but schedule kene e kang ban be ko long le ko
And a coin of for you below you guys pay.
Go ahead.
I learn a coin of for you below you guys pay. I'm not thinking of that. Good kilo to I check a lot of big below you. I was kang into the way for the thing. For the you that I'm not.
Peter, can I go with it and get but
I feel at the book.
Network network there work anyway. Wala ka po. Advice taga mo ka na otherwise.
Absolutely, Okaburi here. As a member of the SPLM party,
Yeah.
I don't see President Kiir has a neck flag barrier because he has let us down. So, and that's a discussion that we will have forward as
Guy,
a party.
Wagadi
could
roguru
I
wagati
just
abing kwaje mudia.
could I just remind
Mm.
Uncle to
Mm.
Gillian, I will give you 3 minutes and then I will close down the show. So you just came about the time that we are wrapping up.
I think
So come,
Peter is, I mean, David is still talking. He said he can't hear us. He hoping I think
Wagadi
he's still
roguru
talking
wagati
by
abing.
himself.
You can take me off.
no,
okay,
Mm.
it's your turn.
Mm.
Uncle David. I just need to confirm something because he is appeared to be one of the political bureau, and one of the points he stated that even themselves they haven't sit down to decide if there would
Take
be
my
an
mic.
election. Yes,
Uh-huh.
and what I just wondered because we are now on the social media, we are trying to we are discussing things that we, I just view according to, I've been listening to you, things that has not yet already cooked. In your own point of view, advice to the platform of Lagos State Media, to the viewers, do you think the election?
No, this is not State Media. This is
Oh,
Eagle Media.
Eagle. Okay, sorry. Yeah, to this platform, the important to all South Sudanese. As Uncle, you just said, do you think the election that
I
we
think
are busy is
his network kicked him out because the network
okay?
Africa that is. So yeah, I want to let you know.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Madid, what I would just say, I'm delighted to give me opportunity, and I greet all the viewers and all the hosts. And yes, it's a wonderful platform, and I really appreciate to give me this opportunity because you are about to close. I just heard from the view that Uncle trying to outline that is the focus is about the election. Is it? Hello?
Yes, it's about election. Yeah. So we are okay. David David said that he's listening to you, so you can say what you want to tell him. So he's
Yeah.
listening outside. Yeah. So the topic we are discussing today is about election. So the question that I'm asking is that is South Sudan ready for the general election in 2022? I mean 2023. So that's the topic for discussion this evening. And also, too, you can convey your message to Comrade David Amore. He's listening to you. Go
Yes.
ahead.
I'm delighted, Madid, and there is uh, election is not going to happen because there is so many reasons. Because the political arena is in chaos. Because therefore, as David stated earlier on, it appears even themselves they are not ready to consult themselves, and I think there is so many obstacles um, because election there is so many demand include census. The country has to know which population will attend the election and other things. And even also, we are still under process of implementation of the peace process, and therefore, even those which we can call our lawmakers, I don't think they already have time to make those procedures and many more. Therefore, in my own opinion, I don't think election will take place. Yes, that's my own view. Just extend to Uncle David. Yes, you're pointing a lot. What I would just convey to Uncle, our country is not come easily. We invest a lot of sweat and blood. And if you guys, you are still around.
trying to advise us and let us not carry the hatred. And I feel sorry for some of the view. The nation is not Dinka, is not. But some of the view that you are outlining later on, I feel sorry to where who sometimes they miss some point. As I'm speaking, I'm personally neutral, if I cannot see something happen to Dinka, if I cannot see something happen to Dinka. When I heard the view that you're trying to outline, there's something wrong there, and you guys you need to reduce it. And I think the whole problem in Europe to be clear to you is where. Why? If Nuer do not exist and it become a state of two communities, identify themselves they are in extreme war. I don't think we can still find we cannot still pointing finger ourselves. We are the umbrella of the Nuer and Dinka, the umbrella of because the little tribe they are something behind you guys. You have to leave, you have to drop those mindset. Because I'm 100% sure even the government in Juba, if we were the no element of where, I don't think would be still stuck. That is the big point. I just say what there is a point that you outlined toward what those guys like Bible said. Those are young people to you guys. Because we there to depend on you. If there is something that we say emotionally, because you are our father and our everything. Because the father always accommodate everything the little child always do. I just say let us not extend because we are learning from you. Lake State Media, the Eagle Forum is an extent of Lake State Media. And this is the symbol of our united as we be struggle along. Because everything will not come easy. What I'm just trying to remind us, this platform is good. This is the process we are going to do. And the peace is coming soon with the youngest and Red Army. We are tired because of the blame game. Uncle, so delighted. I've been listening to your word in Dinka, even in English. Hatred will not take us nowhere. Revenge will not take us nowhere. To remind you indeed, because there is some people who do not know how to address the scenario of what happened in 2013, the same thing happened in 91. The politician that the one who messed up, whether you are general or the people who mess up the local population. But it happened. Think with there is no Dinka, local Dinka, local who have hatred toward themselves. And I think all of us have to agree. But the politicians have to sort it out. Somebody like you, what I'm just trying to say, I request my uncle, let us just forgive us, and trying to sit on us. If I say something, don't extend like put some word that which may not cure the situation. As a leader, you always swallow the bitter and then you bring the hair that brings the core into our society. And that's what I could hear to you, uncle. I respect you and hear with grace.
Thank you so much, brother. So appreciate it, and he listening to you. Thank you so much. Joke, if you are there, open your mic and your camera to put in your last statement, and I will shut down the room.
Let me correct this before my joke about David. Gigi Lam, David Amor is the same age. are the same age with Don Legend. Don Legend is not younger than David Amor. It's just the way you analyze your political ideology. That's only the difference. You can hear him talking like old men like that, but they say they are the same age. So they were the same veteran in the liberation movement. So that's what I want to correct to you from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dengamis. Yeah, go ahead, Major.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I will not take my time because people are tired, and I'll just give appreciation. Thank you so much, Abraham Adit. You brought in the topic at the right time, the time when SPLM with the red color dominated some of the states. So it is the right time to discuss about the elections and see the possibilities, how ready they are. Thank you so much. And this topic is very interesting. Maybe next time you may bring in or invite some of opposition, like 3 to 4, then SPLM or government supporters, at least to make our discussions meaningful. Otherwise, I appreciate the time you have taken for all 5 hours. Thank you so much to Brother Peter Ken. Thank you so much. I always love to share forum with you. And great man, Den Kamis.
My
Yeah,
colleague.
thank you. Thank you, Den Kamis.
One the both SPLM, the other one is here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madid.
Yeah, I salute you all.
King
Gigi
and
Lam.
Majuk
Thank you.
and
Although you came in late, my brother.
Lam.
Thank you for your concern.
Yeah,
David
basically,
Amor, I salute you, uncle. May God bless you in Kampala with your family. Dolorja, who have left already, and Peter Biel.
Peter Billy
Blue.
Peter Biliu. Yeah, thank you all and our audience. May God be with you. May God bless us, Sudan, and let's keep talking. Bye.
just know, if Kir is going to be the BlackBerry of SPLM, that's just gonna be a chaos. We are going to split that party. You will take your own piece, and I will run with my own piece. Simple as that.
I can defeat you here in America and defeat you in Cuba. So you remember that.
No,
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.